This conference will now be recorded.
Good morning, Kenneth. How are you doing?
Good morning, Manny. I'm doing great. And you?
I'm great. So, all set for our fourth day?
Yeah.
Anything, any doubt, any question which has come up and you want to ask?
No.
Great. So far, so good. So now we
Yeah.
are moving on to the next topic, which is just a sec. Dole barrel ringing. I'll just be back.
Okay.
Okay. So we are starting with the next topic, which is authorization mechanisms and identity management. In this particular topic, we will be focusing on survey rule-based, role-based, discretionary, mandatory, attribute-based, and risk-based controls. Describe access policy enforcement and review. Compare provisioning and deprovisioning. Explain role definition, transition, privilege escalation, and service account management. So, role-based access control. Role-based access control involves the static or dynamic assignment of allow or permit and deny statements in form of an access list or rule set. It is based on criteria defined by the custodian or the system administrator. Since the custodian or SA is the person who is implementing the technical controls, it would be best that it is defined by. It could also be a time-based access control list (ACL) if network time protocol is being used. For example, a user is only allowed access to a drive on a server from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. It is common for infrastructure devices like routers, switches, firewalls to use role-based access controls. The role-based access control list would be some list of rules which will be defining these conditions either to allow or permit or deny completely. Cloud server service provider rule-based network access control list. Rule-based control access control RBAC. With rule-based access control, access decisions rely on organization charts, roles, responsibilities, and or location in the user base or directory group. In the rule-based access control, the roles are usually set based on evaluating the essential objectives and architecture of the enterprise. In RBAC framework is determined by security admins, officers, or built into the system, not at the discretion of the user. For example, in a medical center, the different roles may include doctor, RN, PA, specialist, technician, attendant, receptionist, etc. Role-based access control may also be integrated in a relational database management system (RDB). Pros and cons of role-based access control. The biggest pro is that it is easy to implement and control. Roles are assigned using a written security policy built into many security frameworks and aligns with accepted security principles. The cons, as we discussed earlier, also the scope creep and is one of the cons where at times privilege creep also if the authorization still exists for the previous role. So scope creep can take place over time. Roles and access must be audited rigorously. Multi-tenancy capability needs things like Active Directory, organizational units, OUs. The next is mandatory access control, a MAC. A MAC is strictly non-discretionary and secures data by assigning sensitive labels, then compares the labels to the level of the subject. The MAC model are designed by a committee. It can be designed in a lattice structure with rules based on the level directly above and below. It is appropriate for extremely secure systems such as multi-level secure military and government agency applications. Its main advantage is that access based on need to know is strictly adhered to and scope creep is minimalized. Mandatory access control. NIST defines that mandatory access control model as an access control policy that is uniformly enforced across all subjects and objects within the boundary of an information system. A subject that has been granted into access to information is constrained from doing any of the following: passing the information to unauthorized subjects or objects, granting its privileges to other subjects, changing one or more security attributes on subjects, objects, the information system or system components, choosing the security attributes to be associated with newly created or modified objects, changing the rules governing access control. So, rule based, role based, and mandatory access. Before we go and again refresh, let's understand few real life examples of all the three. So let's say a scenario. There is a HR manager.
Money,
Yeah,
money. So, in which environment is that rule, that's the RULE, used?
yeah. So I will be giving the real life examples of
Okay,
all the three types.
okay,
So first we are taking an example of role based access control or RBAC. Suppose there is an HR manager. Now the rules are to allow or deny, right? So the permission can read, write employee records, approve leave, and view payroll. So these are the three activities which an HR manager is required to do: read, write employee records, approve leave, and view payroll. Now a user is there, Alice and Bob. User Alice and Bob are HR managers. Both automatically gets the same permissions. Okay, in the role-based scenario, if there are two HR managers, they automatically gets the same permissions. Permissions follow the role, not the individual. So the permission is a function of the role of the person and not the individual in a role-based environment. If the two HR managers have come, there will be no discretion, no changes. Immediately, they will get assigned the same permissions in the same time. In case of a rule-based access control or RBAC policy-based, suppose there is a scenario in which access to a payroll server is not allowed between 9 a.m. and 5 a.m. from the company IP address. There is a restriction from 9 a.m. Oh, sorry. It's only allowed between those times. So the permission to access the company server is only allowed between 9 to 5 from a company's IP address. Now, a employee meeting this rule can access this particular payroll system, even if the role alone won't normally allow it. So here the rule is not the function; it is a rule which has been made, and in this rule, it will be either allowing or denying. So if it is falling between that rule of 9 to 5, a person whosoever he is, he gets the access. If it is not following this rule, then even if a person is authorized, whatever his role may be, he will not be permitted. So the role has nothing to do. The rule is takes the priority, or so it becomes a rule-based access control, and that is why, as the example was shown, generally in firewalls or the rule-based firewall rules are there, which will either allow or deny based on that particular rule. Okay, the packets will be either allowed or denied. In case of a mandatory access control, this is a requirement of the systems which are extremely highly
So,
sensitive systems.
money,
Yeah,
money.
yeah,
I got a follow-up question.
yes,
So,
yes,
with what you just elaborated using the time frame that the HR, the payroll server, you can get in from 9 in the morning till 5 p.m., maybe Monday through Friday. So
yeah,
that means that rule is based on the RBAC, because even if you have access to get there, you can't do it after 5 p.m. Neither can you do it before um, 9 a.m. So that rule is based, or is kind of a further restriction sitting on top of the RBAC. Is that a correct assessment or correct statement?
No, so see, if you have not set up a role and it is the only restriction which you are setting up, so in this scenario, the only restriction set up is 9 to 5 access is permitted, then you don't have any other role based is not there. So only rule is either allowing or denying the access, right? So that is a pure example of a rule based access control. On top of that, if you want to have if you want to have a system in which you also ensure that you can only access your payroll data and not everybody else, so that is at the user end, okay, and not at the manager end. A manager in HR may be having access to everybody's payroll, but as a user end, if you want to implement that, now it should be also role based. So now, on in addition to the role, the rules will also apply, wherein as a user with a user privilege, you only get access to your payroll data. At a HR manager's with the HR manager's privilege, you get to see the payroll of everybody. And if you are a manager of a particular domain, then people under your domain, you will be able to see their payroll data if that is the requirement. So, in reality, these are all for the purpose of understanding that we simplify the complicated requirements of access control. But how does it what does exactly it means is what is explained over here, right, sir?
Right, right. Thank you.
So again, the rule based controls involves the static or dynamic assignment of allow, permit, or deny statements in form of access list or rule set. So you are into a very logical domain where is it permitted or not permitted. It is based on a particular defined criteria. Normally, custodian, because he is implementing the technical control, right? And it can also be time based in case of ACL, where like the example I gave, 9 to 5 example. And it's common for infrastructure, like the technical, it is more for the technical implementation of rules. So you have routers, switches, firewalls, where the rule based access control is normally implemented. On the other hand, the role based is on the defined set of the, it's based on the organization charts, their role, responsibilities, or location. So there is where the main difference comes, wherein if as the example I gave, if you are a HR manager, if you have one colleague who is also the HR manager, irrespective of just by the role itself, all the privileges will automatically get all the permissions will get automatically activated because the role says so, and there is no other criteria which has been kept, right? In case of a discretionary access control, in case of a mandatory access control, it is controlled by the system, neither the rule nor the role. It is based on the sensitivity labels, so it cannot override it. User cannot override it. For example, a label top secret is put on a document. Clearance of a user, the label given to the user is only secret. The document is given the label top secret. So user cannot access the document. That is being enforced by the policy itself. Another example is like labels given in military system like confidential, secret, top secret. Only users with equal or higher clearance can access these files, certain files. The idea is to keep access depends on security classification or label and not on anybody individual's discretion or any other thing. So MAC is strictly non-discretionary. Individual's discretion is not taken into consideration, and it secures data by assigning sensitivity labels that compares the labels to a level of the subjects. The clearance is given to the subjects. So we know about Bell-LaPadula. We have studied it as a confidentiality model earlier, and in the diagram it clearly said that no read up and no write down. So the moment we see Bell-LaPadula, it is no read up and no write down. It's a model which is a confidentiality model. All mandatory access systems are based on Bell-LaPadula model for confidentiality. This was the first mathematical model with a multi-level security policy used to define the concept of a secure state machine and the models of outlined rules of access. It focuses on ensuring that subjects with different clearances are properly authenticated by having the necessary security clearance, need to know, and formal access approval before accessing an object under different classification levels. So there are four important rule sets in Bell-LaPadula, very important to remember. The simple rule security rule, the star property rule, the strong star property rule, and tranquility principle. In simple security rule, the subject at a given security level cannot read data that resides at the higher security level. No read up rule. So a question in the exam will be, the simple security rule is no write down rule in Bell-LaPadula or no read up rule in Bell-LaPadula. So that kind of options are given, and you have to select no read up rule. So it comes in the directly like this in the CISSP exam. The star property rule is where the subject at a given security level cannot write information to the lower security level or no route down rule. The strong star property rule is a subject who has read and write capabilities can only perform those functions at the same security level, nothing higher and nothing lower. The tranquility principle, subjects and objects cannot change their security levels once they have been instantiated or created. There is an optional discretionary security property, that is, if a subject, a director, has a certain high level access on an object, they can transfer rights to another subject of their choice. However, there must be a comprehensive access control matrix in a place to document all the different permissions the subjects have. So a kind of a mild dilution with a role-based access control in this particular thing has also been creeped in to allow a high-level director to give certain rights to certain subjects. Biba is a confidentiality model. Integrity model. Uh, Biba uses a lattice of integrity levels, unlike Bell-LaPadula. It is also an information flow model like Bell-LaPadula, but it is most concerned about data flow from one level to another, how the flow of data and integrity of data is maintained. The rules which it is having is a simple integrity rule, star integrity rule, and invocation property rule. In a simple integrity rule, It's exactly opposite to Bell-LaPadula. There is no write up and no read down. So the simple integrity rule is no read down. It states that the subject can not read data from a lower integrity level, and the star integrity rule says no write up, says that a subject can not write data to the object at a higher integrity level. Invocation property states that a subject cannot invoke call upon a subject at a higher integrity level. Then the next model is Clark-Wilson or CW integrity model. This is again a integrity model. The Clark-Wilson was developed after Biba with the intention to improve on perceived weaknesses in the Biba model. The integrity goal of Clark-Wilson are to prevent unauthorized users from making any modifications into the data, to ensure separation of duty prevents authorized user from making improper modifications, to confirm well-formed transactions and maintain internal and external consistency. ABAC is attribute-based access control. Now, ABAC, attribute-based access control, based dynamic authorization profiles against the attributes of the subject's action and request. Attribute-based access control relies upon evaluation of people's characters, attributes of companies, heuristics, environmental factors, and situational variables, user behavior analytics by machine learning. ABAC systems can also enforce both discretionary access control and mandatory access control models. So certain important things about the attribute-based access control categories. Action is specific actions such as copying, pasting, deleting, reading, or writing. The users and subjects, the principal acting on the resource with attribute like ID, job role, or security clearance. Resource and object, files, data blocks, volumes, log data, applications, servers, application programming interfaces, APIs with attributes such as creation date, owner, or date sensitivity that makes them unique. Environmental includes contextual factors like time, location, communication channel, authentication factor, and device being used or accessed. Any of these can act as one of the attributes category which can be used to make a attribute based access control. Some of the examples: leveraging Cisco Identity Service Engine to apply auth and policies based on different variables, and inserting security group tags into egress frames leaving switches. Google Beyond Prop ZTNA is a software defined network running on IEEE 802.1x. Cloud service provider manage policy and rules such as AWS verified access CEDAR policies that customers can construct to provide attribute-based access to their own web applications and containers. That is serverless, and in both the cases, whether it is serverless or it is server based. Then there are other types of access controls also there, like risk based access control. A risk based access control utilizes dynamic risk assessment to calculate the risk of certain transaction or activity. Dynamic. It can be implemented in either a basic model or the strong risk access control mode. This approach is a newer method for securing the most sensitive information by leveraging session attributes and user device behavior monitoring. It is often enhanced with advanced machine learning engines and AI tools for user and system behavior analytics. So, access policy enforcement. The emerging solution for enforcing access policy is zero trust. In a zero trust network access, it is the technology that empowers the implementation of a zero trust security model which accepts the fact that threats exist both inside and outside a network. So the basic uh, thing which a zero trust network is based on is that the fundamental statement is that the threats exist both inside and outside the network, hence there is zero trust. The zero trust network access initiative leverages policy decision points and policy reinforcement points as well. So, seven tenets of zero trust according to NIST SP 827 is rigorously enforce authentication and authorization, maintain data integrity, gather data for improved security, consider every data source and computing device as a resource, keep all communications secure regardless of network location, grant resource access on a peer session basis, and moderate access with a dynamic policy. Google BeyondCorp internal zero trust network access solution. There are policy decision points, network policy enforcement points, and application policy enforcement points. It is very important to have a good account access review setup. Access reviews allows organizations to proficiently control group members, admin to enterprise applications, and role assignments. Microsoft Intra ID is an example of technology that empowers administrators to work together with users from inside the organization and as well as with the external users. Users can join groups, invite guests, link to cloud apps, and be a teleworker from personal device. User access must be revised frequently to assure that only the proper subjects have constant access. Self-service portals allow for better access management functionalities, ensuring that joiners and movers have the access they need to be productive. Making sure that the old access is removed. Administrators should also proactively engage with resource owners to assure they have actually reviewed who has access to their resources. Account access practices confirm that there are not too many users in the privileged roles, especially with discretionary access control. Limit the number of users that are global admins and or root level Linux users. All guest or partner accounts should be disabled and removed as soon as possible. So these are good access practices, and they are also a very high probability questions in the in the certification. But the knowledge of the different type of access controls and their implementation, these access practices become a very important material or very important information based on which questions are generally formed. All guest or partner accounts should be disabled and removed as soon as possible. When automation is not possible, generate rules for dynamic membership on security groups. Create a review process on groups to ensure that those who still need access keep access.
So, Manny, can you
Yeah.
elaborate on the point when automation is not possible? Generate rules for dynamic membership on security groups.
When you are not able to automate, when then generic rules of dynamic membership on security groups. Okay, let me give an example on that. Yeah, so let's take a scenario now to understand this particular practice. You have a corporate system with security groups, for example finance access group, HR access group, etc. Sometimes you have users to automatically join and leave groups based on attributes, but automation isn't available in this scenario right now. So in this case, how can you generate rules manually for dynamic membership? So the example is rule. So the thing is dynamic membership automatic. We cannot have a automated dynamic membership. So now what do we do? So the condition is the employee department, that is finance and employee status active, right? If the employee is into the finance department and employee status is active, add to access group, finance access group. Action for exiting is if the employee status is not equal to active or department is not finance, that it is to be removed from the group, right? So when without automation tools you define a rule logic that IT or security personnel can follow manually. Example in practice, every week HR exports employee data and IT reviews users who meet this condition and updates the group membership. So in the automation, you would have written a rule like this: finance and employee status is equal to active, add to the group, and finance status is not active and department is not finance, remove from the group. So this will happen automatically. But in the scenario when you don't have, then it would, the same rule can have to be done manually, right? So there's those manual rule needs to be generated in such a fashion that the logic is understood. So in case of without automation tool, you define a rule logic that IT and security personnel can follow manually. So they review it every week. HR exports employee data, and IT reviews the users who meet this condition and updates the group manually. Another example we can take for a dynamic case where you are doing automation, condition is employee type is equal to contractor and contract end date should be greater than equal to today. So this is our rule for access to a contractor, that his employee type should be a contractor and his expiry date should be greater than equal to today. In that case, the contractor gets access into the contract access group. Otherwise, he is removed from the group. So this is a automation. This is a rule if we have to put it in the automation mode. But if we don't have a automation mode, then how do we implement the same rule? Ensure temporary staff only have access during their contract period manually. Without automation, admins check this weekly or monthly and adjust memberships manually according to the rule. So basically, the only way possible for, if you don't have automation, is to implement it manually. Here in automation, it will be real time. In a manual scenario, there will be a delay because of the human limitation. So normally you can do it as per the feasibility, like on a weekly basis or a monthly basis. Is it clear, sir? Or
Yeah, it's clear.
account access practices? Ask group owners to periodically review the group membership before the group is used in different risk contexts. So that's exactly what we were doing when I was explaining the second part of when you don't have a automation. So if you have a group and you should ask group owners to periodically review the group membership before the group is used in a different risk context. This is critical in high prioritized zones with a high degree or cross-functional activity. So yeah, so if you have a cross-functional activities, then this becomes a very critical requirement. For certain business critical resources, such as business critical application, compliance processes may demand regular reconfirmation and justification for continued access. So we know the identity types generally can be joiners, movers, and leavers. So if we are onboarding, some best practices in onboarding. Identity management provisioning involves administering user accounts and assigning of access privileges, typically by group membership. Onboarding of devices and certificates is often handled using the mobile device management team of enterprise mobile management. When done correctly, a standardized and automated service desk is used for onboarding, transfers, sporadic access audits, and offboarding of organization employee and contractors, third-party business partners, and customers. So, what are the key challenges? Ever increasing cost of user account management and help desk service desk implementation. Low priority for proper account creation, approval process and auditing. High cost of constant compliance audits of user accounts administration practices. Complicated provisioning process that are unique to different business applications, systems and platforms. Lack of timely account suspension and deletion policies and processes for terminated groups and users. All of them are equally important for the exam because one or question will definitely come from this key challenges. Deprovisioning or offboarding. See, you would have realized that we have already spoken about these processes, not in so much detail, but yes, in we have definitely discussed about these because they form a very important security process. If these processes are not done diligently, then definitely organization will be is heading for a security risk. I mean a security breach or something because these are very critical processes which keeps a organization safe. The provisioning and deprovisioning. So deprovisioning offboarding when user no longer need access due to job changes like transfer or termination. Deprovisioning involves revoking access and disabling accounts. This assists in countering the risk of often accounts with needless privileges. According to the Identity Management Institute, almost 49% of former employees log back into their accounts after offboarding. So that's a scary number. Deprovisioning averts unauthorized access by completely revoking privileges as soon as the subject leaves or moves. In fact, in case of a disgruntled employee, the standard SOP should be that the deprovisioning is already done before the news of termination is disclosed to the disgruntled employee. Like provisioning and continuous certification, deprovisioning should be automated to offload the tedious task of revoking permissions and deleting roles. So, a ideal scenario, this activity should definitely be automated. This is especially critical when the employees leave under less than positive circumstances. Adhering to identity management best practices keep your organization safe from advanced persistent threats. So escalation, privilege escalation, increasing access permissions for trusted users to complete specific tasks based on ad hoc elevation, part of a service desk implementation, and the discretion of a resource object owner. Gaining unauthorized privilege access into a system and an aspect of a cyber kill chain when the attacker accesses a system with limited privileges and then elevates access right to get more unauthorized control. So one of the key aim of any hacker or attacker would be to attain privilege escalation, uh, you know, uh, and if they are able to get escalation of privileges, they can easily maneuver inside the network at will and also can have access to the key resources which have been protected. Next aim definitely remains for them is to maintain persistency and clearing of their tracks. That means at will they can access the resources and their identity is also not getting revealed. To achieve to that persistency and anonymity, a hacker has to be really skilled. But the start point in this particular hacking event, which generally the 8 APTs are doing, the advanced persistent groups which are generally backed by nation state actors. So they are really skilled, motivated people who are getting all the support from the nation states. So the start point of the APTs is to get into the network, that is to enter into a network using a vulnerability, and the next step is privilege escalation. If they are not able to get privilege escalation itself, the threat surface, the attack surface has reduced considerably, because even if they are able to crack into the network or break into the network, they will not get space to maneuver. They will get restricted to a maybe a vulnerable system which was probably left unpatched due to some reason. But rest of the network and rest of the endpoints and devices were really nicely patched, and so the escalation of privilege attack, or the escalation of the privilege step, the APT is not able to implement. This is where this is extremely important from security perspective, cyber security perspective. This is extremely important that these best practices are followed. So in privilege escalation, gaining unauthorized privilege access into the system, an aspect of a cyber kill chain when an attacker accesses a system with limited privileges initially and then elevates access rights to get more unauthorized control, more and more. He is able to maneuver into the system. So, for the examples of privilege escalation are when a Windows local or domain administrator switches uh, to run as from a normal user account to conduct privileged actions. A situation where a Linux user runs sudo, with either stands for substitute user do or super user do, or run a program as another user, often the getting a root privileges or root user. Attackers conduct credential exploitation to leverage weak passwords or steal credentials from known IT admins. If you were a user and you can get elevated privileges of an admin account or an admin user, the visibility into the resources which you want is much more. So always the aim of an attacker or a hacker is to switch from a user privilege to an admin privilege account, or try to become a super user in the system. Some more examples of privilege escalation: a kernel exploit
So,
to
Manny,
target.
I got a question.
Yeah.
So, in a scenario, if you go back to the previous slide, please. In the scenario that you mentioned, that um, if an attacker gets into a system and then you are using a Windows environment, it's a Windows environment, that makes it easy because the attacker can start any program as admin, or because like you just said, right? run as admin, and then we'll be able to execute whatever. But in a Linux, because if you do a sudo, you are prompted to enter a password. So if
Yeah,
attacker
yeah,
doesn't have the password, then the
absolutely.
attacker is stuck there. Yeah.
Absolutely. So Linux, that's why has is a securer environment to have. So mostly you would see that most of the servers which house critical resources, they are probably Linux servers in critical applications, right?
Okay. Okay. That is good. Thank you.
So more examples of privilege escalations is a kernel exploit to target weakness at the core of the OS, letting attackers escalate the privileges. So, if you, it is a known thing that whichever architecture you are trying to exploit, whether it is Windows based or a Linux based, the both have its positives and negatives. And yes, the business Windows based definitely have a more it's a weaker, I would say, design, because many steps are made user friendly. Although it is very easy to configure and use, at the same time it is similarly easy to exploit. On a Linux, when you, as a user itself, you have to really understand how it is working so as to be able to use it. It is not that user friendly, but at the same time, for an attacker also, it is more secure from the attack perspective. And the aim remains is to elevate your privilege as much as possible, so that you have more and more visibility onto the resources. You are able to maintain persistency, you are able to clear your tracks, and you can thereafter do whatever you want at will, for which you have tried to attack that particular device or organization. Attackers exploit unpatched vulnerabilities in application or operating systems. And when we talk of unpatched vulnerabilities, we know that open ports, the vulnerable ports, if kept open, if the older versions of the OS are not updated or upgraded, if the security patches which happens to be rolled out monthly by Windows, like popularly known as Patchy Tuesday, if those patches are not implemented, so a proper patch management into an organization is a very important activity to prevent escalation of privilege attacks, because the attacker is only going not see there are two scenarios. One is that an attacker is exploiting a 0 day, or an attacker is exploiting a known vulnerability. As far as the 0 day goes, we have no control over it, because it's a 0 day. It's not been discovered. There is no fix or no patch known to the user about it. But at least the ones which are known, which have been documented, for which a fix have already been developed, and every on a monthly basis, because the Windows systems are definitely a very large number of systems which are running in the world are Windows based. So Windows very diligently, as a very responsible organization, is rolling out patches for the newer discovered vulnerabilities every month on a Tuesday, on a patchy Tuesday. Then it is the responsibility of the organization to update the and have a very good patch management practices in the organization, so as to prevent attacks like escalation of privileges. Weak service configuration. You buy something and you just plug it in. Like the example I gave you for IP cameras, which are very user friendly to use. Any layman can just use it, because it automatically picks up your Wi-Fi. You just have to one time configuration needs to be done, and username and password generally people keep forget to change, and they keep the default credentials like admin or password. So it is very easy to break into such kind of IoT devices which are not having a very robust security, implementation steps, and they are just made for the ease of use, or very limited hardware, with very limited hardware. Such devices become a very big vulnerability for the entire network. You may be patching your computer and servers and other important devices to the core, but just one simple IoT device on the same network which is not patched, which will act as an entry point, and then can lead to escalation of privileges. So tools like Mimikatz, the tools like Mimikatz is a popular hacking tool, like to extract plain text passwords and hashes from random memory to empower privilege escalation. So if you are able to get credentials, right? If you want to increase the gain the privilege in privileged user account, you need credentials. You definitely need the username and password. So there are tools which can do that extraction while sitting in the at a user privilege level. It can still get those credentials, and using the credentials you can you go up in the privilege.
Okay.
Service account management. A service account is a user account generated to offer a security context for services running on network operating systems like Windows and RHEL. In a nutshell, service accounts are non-human accounts instantiated specifically to aid communication and interaction between different applications, systems, or services. Service accounts are not like user accounts associated with human users, and can be a vulnerability if not managed closely. So in one of the facility which I was auditing, we found that they were primarily having their network segmented into four VLANs. The one VLAN was for the voice services. The other VLAN was for the data services. The third VLAN was for the video services, video streaming, voice, video, and data services. So on the voice ones, they had multiple IP phone on that VLAN. For video services, yes, they had a video conferencing suite which was implemented, and the data services for file transfer and there. And the fourth VLAN was the maintenance VLAN, which used to run across so as to, because it was a facility which was recently set up, so the maintenance activity was at a height. So, and the fact that they have very beautifully implemented the security requirements for all the three VLANs, but what they uh, overlooked was that the highest privileges, like the maintenance VLAN, could do whatever it somebody at the maintenance VLAN could do whatever that person wants to do. So when the high value video conferences were getting recorded and stored in a secure database by the admins, thinking that it is quite secure environment because we are segmented and blah blah blah. The fact that somebody sitting at the maintenance VLAN can even have access to that also. So there is where the requirement of understanding how the architecture has been built and what all vulnerabilities can take place, and where how can you plug that vulnerabilities is the most important activity Because if anybody has elevated privileges in your system for whatever reason, you could have done it for a service management requirement, for service requirement, that you have to optimize the service, you need it for any reason. But if the privileges are elevated, then it poses a extremely high risk as far as the security is concerned. Service account management. So these accounts dictate the ability of the service to access local and network resources like directory services, web services, email services, managing and conferencing servers, load balancers, domain host service, DNS servers, DHCP servers, NTP servers. So all these are service managed account management. And few types of Windows service accounts. Standalone managed service accounts are meant for isolating domain accounts in critical applications like IIS server, SharePoint, and Exchange. These can be utilized for services on a single system, but they cannot be shared between multiple servers or used in replicating the server clusters with multiple nodes. Group managed service accounts are managed domains or realm accounts that offer automatic password management and extended functionality over multiple servers in a domain. Virtual service accounts are generated automatically by the operating system of service activities. They use the computer's account as their security context and simplify configuration by removing the need to manually manage account credentials. These service accounts are excellent for services that run under a local system or network service account in hypervisor or virtual machine environment.
So, money.
Yeah.
Can you bring back the previous slide? Yeah. So, under the virtual service account, so what conditions will it get created by the operating system, and how would it get removed?
Okay. So when a virtual service accounts are special accounts created for running services or application on Windows Server. So they do not have password. They are basically software generated accounts. They do not have passwords. You manage manually. The system manages them automatically. So example are running a SQL server agent, right?
Okay.
So the purpose of this automated account creation by the Windows system itself is to simplify service account management, reduce administrative overhead for password rotation, and provide least privilege execution for services. So, inherently, the principle of least privilege is followed when the automated creation of account is happening for any service requirement. This is automatically the virtual service accounts are being created automatically but the principle of least privilege is still configured, right? But how does they pose a security threat? Because VSAs or virtual service accounts are granted more permissions than needed for a for example, local admin rights, because that may be the requirement of for the service for which it was created. So if an attacker compromises such a VSA, such a service account, they inherit the VSA's privileges, right? The moment you are into that particular account, you have that account privileges and potentially escalating to the full server control. Because if you had the local admin rights, you can and you have entered into and escalated into that, then potentially you have full server control. And then the next step is lateral movement. Then the attacker can exploit such a VSA to move across the network. So in the device, you have got the elevated privilege. Now with this elevated privilege, you want to carry out a lateral movement and try to access other devices in the network. For example, VSA running on a server A has access to a shared folder on server B. Now the attacker can use the services of the shared server B also. Why they are very hard to track? Because VSA are managed by the system itself. There is no human involved. So admins may not even come to know that such a VSA has been created, by the system itself. So which VSAs are running, which service is a question. What permissions each VSA are having is another question. So this leads to a undetected misuse. Then further problems like token theft, inadequate logging. So if the logs are not getting generated adequately, at the SOC, at the SIM and SOAR, the monitoring is not happening properly because the logs are not releasing them. And further, if you want to do some forensic investigation, even because of lack of logging, you cannot undertake the forensic investigation also. So what can be the mitigation strategy? Mitigating strategy for such a scenario where you have multiple VSAs is apply least privilege, only give VSAs the permission they need, regularly review services and VSAs for to verify the real necessity of such a VSA. Monitor service behavior and access tokens for unusual activity. Use pair accounts for critical services when possible. If you are in a scenario where you are doing some implementation or stuff like that, then the production environment is not the right place to do it. you know Production environment should be kept clean, so all the other activities should not be undertaken in the production environment. Enable audit logging for VSA activities. So these are few of the mitigation activities where you can prevent a VSA to create a security threat.
So, follow-up question is, does that VSA get removed automatically after performing the work? Does it get removed?
Yeah, it gets created and it gets removed automatically.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So let's see examples of VSA. Like in SQL Server agent, proposes run schedule SQL jobs, backups, and maintenance tasks, and automatically manages and no manual password is needed. So if you have created a VSA, it automatically spins up a VSA and it will do jobs like backup, maintenance tasks, etc. Windows Update Service. It has a VSA, it runs Windows Update Service in the background. It ensures updates can be applied without requiring admin intervention. IIS application pool identity. It runs a web application in isolated app pools in IIS. It provides process isolation and least privilege for web application. Then there is a task scheduler service. This service runs scheduled tasks and automated scripts, executes tasks securely without using human accounts. Windows Time Service is again a service which uses VSA. It synchronizes system times with NTP servers. It runs continuously without exposing a personal account. So key points are all VSAs which are managed by Windows. They don't require manual password management. Misconfigured permissions or overprivileged VSAs can become a security threat. Right. So moving on with Red Hat Enterprise Service accounts. Admins will create service accounts on a Red Hat hybrid cloud console for the following use cases. The applications or servers must access certain resources. The application or service needs to access resources without human involvement, and the application or service needs to access resources from multiple locations. So if these are the these are the implementation requirements, then the BSA will be required, or service account will be required. Moving on to the next topic, let's take a 5 minutes break, sir, and then move on to the next topic, which is security auditing and control stack testing.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm back.
Yeah, I'm back, sir. So the next topic we are covering is security auditing and control testing. The objectives are in this topic are to describe internal, external, third-party audits and control testing locations. Explain vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. Describe log and code reviews and testing. Learn about synthetic transitions, benchmarks, misuse case testing, coverage analysis, and interface testing. Explain compliance checks. So we know that audit forms an extremely integral part of assessment, wherein we assess and in a form of an assurance mechanism, where the environment gets assurance that the key controls are in place and the processes are correctly optimized for the requirement of the organization. So an internal security audit, although done by the internal team or an internal cybersecurity audit, is an complete examination of an organization information systems. This assessment completely evaluates the system and application security against a baseline or a checklist for best industry practices, recognized standards, matrix, and the government regulations. Internal audits are typically self assessments conducted by objective stakeholders using established key indicators and metrics. Sorry, sorry. Yeah. So an internal security audit or a cyber security audit is a complete examination of an organization's information systems. This assessment completely evaluates the system and an application security against a baseline or a checklist of industry best practices, recognized standards, matrices, and government regulations. Internal audits are typically self-assessments conducted by objective stakeholders using established key indicators and metrics. A comprehensive security audit will completely, sorry, will commonly measure the security controls based on the physical aspects of the system and facility environments in which the hardware is housed. The key tenets we have studied yesterday. Applications and system security patches, upgrades and updates based on implemented policies can happen using a tool like Nessus, where all this can be evaluated automatically. Known and yet to be discovered vulnerabilities and weaknesses in configuration and implementation. So this is also an extremely important aspect where known or yet to be known vulnerabilities are to be checked, and configuration weaknesses in a configuration and implementation needs to be verified. So there will be a gap analysis and a maturity modeling of all security governance strategies, the way that employees create, use, store, and share sensitive information and data, and the organization's overall security posture, maturity level, policies, initiative, and security control assessment. So basically, it's a comprehensive audit covering each and every tenet of cybersecurity which is implemented in the organization. Whilst the internal audit is mostly for improvement, internal improvement and internal consumption, external security audit, cyber security audit may be a requirement of maybe a requirement, legal requirement, or it can also be to get the stakeholders' confidence. So, external audits, some security centric audits may also be part of formal external or compliance audits. So, there may be a compliance requirements to have periodic external audits. These are conducted by a third party audit team, a regulator or a insurer, for instance, with a goal to certify against a standard which is ISO 27001 or SOC 2 attestation. We saw the I have forwarded you one SOC report, a sample SOC report. So, a external audit can often include compliance testing and certification, insurers determining policy and premiums, penetration testing and vulnerability assessment teams, corporate team hunting, corporate threat hunting teams, financial and accounting audits, investigations from government agencies or departments, and tax audits. So it can also be a part of external audit, external financial audit. It can be timed along with the external the cyber security audit can be timed along with an external financial audit. The key differentiator is that these audits are commonly out of an organization's control, completely out of the organization. Third party auditors can be unwanted and conducted by law enforcement or other government interventions. If there is a breach or if there is any thing which needs to be investigated in that scenario, uh, a law enforcement agency may also call in for a third party audit in an organization. This may result in invasive legal holds or data or information. They can lead to temporary or permanent disruption of the organization. So that is the reason why there may be some compliance requirements, and might as well before the legal agencies or law enforcement agency do it, might as well the organization themselves do a third party audit and sort out all the issues which are flagged in such audits. So on-premise auditing and control testing. The auditing process is much like another initiative in that it needs strategic planning, due diligence, tactical optimization, and continual iterative improvement, that is due care. A security control assessment or CSA is a formal test of a system against a predefined set of metrics. The scope should vary in any audit, whether you are doing internal or external audit. The biggest problem faced is the scope creep. If the scope of the audit is not defined, then it becomes extremely difficult for the auditor to deliver. And CSA is one of the audit where the scope or the requirements are predefined. So that is the advantage of undertaking a security control assessment. It is performed in or with or independently of a full security test and evaluation, which is performed as a part of an official security authorization. On-premise audit and testing continuation. These tests will appraise the operational plan or planned implementation of controls. The results are a risk assessment report that represents a gap analysis documenting the system application or data at risk. Text conducted should include audits, security reviews, vulnerability scans, and PT undertaken. So CMMI, capability maturity model, they have 5 levels. Level 1 is chaotic. It is very important to know which level is for what, as there are questions in the exam based on CMMI. Level 1 is chaotic, level 2 is implicit, level 3 is early explicit, level 4 is matured, and level 5 is purely explicit or optimized. Initial, repeatable, defined, managed, and optimized. IRDMO. IRDMO. You can even have a mnemonic based on IRDMO. But if you don't have a mnemonic, then remember the last, that is level 5, is optimized, and number 1 is the initial one, which is really chaotic, ad hoc, and in between are repeatable, defined, and managed. The repeatable with implicit process is not codified or defined and is still vulnerable to inconsistency. In defined, they are correctly defined but not being implemented or managed properly. Whereas in a managed, they are defined as well as implemented. In optimized is a best case scenario where the results are in deliberate process optimization and improvement. So at the initial or chaotic level 1, the processes are disorganized or even chaotic. Success most often depends on individual heroes and is not considered to be a repeatable. It will happen often once. It cannot happen again and again. The processes are not sufficiently defined or documented for them to be repeatable. Decision making is free for all and based on intuition and existing experience. Decision making authorities are poorly defined with no key risk indicator, key performance indicator, critical success factor, or real meaningful metrics. So the governance is very poor. There is no milestones, no strategy, no direction to given to the people. They are just ad hocly managing the affairs of that particular organization. Hence, the result remains inconsistent and often unaligned with any executive leadership. In a level 2, which is a repeatable implicit level, fundamental project management is established and success could be repeated. Decision making is based on adherence to poorly aligned standards and practices and is superficial and not codified at all. Roles and responsibilities are remain unclear and it is common for people to make decisions outside their level of authority. Risk is defined poorly. Risk is defined purely qualitatively and without much support of expert judgment. Established ARI and metrics, if any, are questionable as risk terminology, taxonomy, and policy are superficial and non-consistent. At a level 3, it is defined as early explicit. The enterprise has developed its own standard software process through greater attention of documentation, standardization, and integration. Visibility is improved as more robust and defensible analytics exist. Analysis exists. Well-established standards, security teams, and steering committees will exist. Components like service desk and ITIL4 practices are put in use. There are risk registers, there are KPIs, KRIs, and they are defined. Meaningful metrics and collaboration and more precise semi-quant and quants are evident. A level 4, which is a managed, mature, explicit level 4, the processes are controlled and can quickly be adjusted and adapted for development projects. Security initiatives exist or other endeavors without measurable loss of quality. Quality is visible and the risk registers and assessments are up to date. Data is actively used and risk treatment and handling is adapted accurately. Indicators and metrics are well defined and tested. Accreditation and certification are established. This is the highest level that most commercial enterprises can hope to meet. A level 5 is optimized, which is purely explicit level 5. The process management has attained everything at level 4, including deliberate process optimization and continual improvement. 5 is a level which is rarely achieved, but it is still possible with proper leadership and resources. For example, ITIL4 mastery and maximum software development proficiency would be demonstrated in the organization. So if we call it as an important topic, let's see some examples also. So let's see a real life example, like if you are like to if you take a very fundamental type of example. Level 1 is initial, which is something like cooking without a recipe. So the scenario is a friend is making pasta for the first time, no written recipe, no sort process, no improvisation. Something it sometimes it will taste great and sometimes it will taste terrible because it will give unpredictable results. A level 2 CMM level 2 will be a repeatable level. That means so it can have a repetitive good results or a results at least. So example would be following the grandma's handwritten recipe. In this scenario, you will have some handwritten recipe maybe from your grandma. And now what will happen? You have a note from grandma for making pasta. You follow it every time, so the dish is consistent, but only for that pasta, not for other dishes. You can repeat, but only for certain tasks. So that is why it is repeatable. In, initial one was not repeatable. The level 2, at least you have reached the level where it is repeatable only for the things which you specifically know, like in this case it is pasta. A level 3 is a defined level where there is a published cookbook in the kitchen. So the family has a cookbook for all the meals like pastas, curries, desserts, and all the things which the family likes with clear steps. So now everyone in the family uses this the same way. Hence, the organization has a standardization in this scenario where the cookbook is available for all the recipes. Basic standardization has been achieved in the family for cooking requirements. And the level 4 is a managed level. Here, tracking and improving cooking timing and quality is required, will be implemented. So, you time how long each dish take, measure spice quantities precisely, and adjust based on feedback from the guest. So there are matrices and controls. So now your feedback mechanism is really active. So it's a what do you call a full circle is existing. That means the whatever you are doing, you are also getting adequate feedbacks. You have adequate matrices in place. You have adequate control in place. So it's a managed activity. And the last one is level 5, where experimenting and innovation is existing in the kitchen. So you try new cooking techniques, adapt new gadgets, and improve recipes regularly to make them healthier and tastier. So there is a continuous improvement in the environment, and that is what is CMM level 5. So this very basic example would definitely can be translated into our software development organizations and other organizations to give the desired outcome. Moving on to the topic, which is public and hybrid cloud auditing and control testing. The Center for Internet Security is a common source for auditing security controls. Center for Internet Security benchmarks are best practices for securely practices to securely configure various systems and are available for more than 140 technologies. CIS benchmarks are security configuration guides created by government, businesses, industry, and academia. These are established using a special method constructed from an accord of global cybersecurity experts from across the globe. The public and hybrid cloud auditing and control testing. The dominant methodology for auditing and testing public cloud controls come from CSA. The cloud control matrix is 197 control objectives structured in 17 domains covering all key aspects of cloud technology. It is often used for the systematic assessment of cloud implementation. This is considered the de facto standard for cloud security assurance and compliance. The STAR Level 1 Security Questionnaire offers the industry accepted way evaluate to evaluate cloud services. CMM domains are audit and assurance, application interface security, business continuity management and operational resilience, change control and configuration management, cryptography, encryption and key management, data center security, data security and privacy lifecycle management, governance, risk management and compliance, and human resource. Identity and access management, interoperability and portability, the infrastructure and virtualization security, logging and monitoring, security incident management, e-discovery and cloud forensics, supply chain management, transparency and accountability, threat and vulnerability management, universal endpoint management. So vulnerability assessment is the best quantified as a percentage of probability and not just a vague list of scary things. So we are into probabilities, and probabilities are percentage of that activity happening. And when the percentage of is high, as well as the asset is a critical asset, there is where the requirement to spend money to protect that particular asset comes into picture. So it involves the likelihood that a threat agent, that is a threat, actions will result in loss, frequency and magnitude. It can be derived value from the threat capability of actors combined with the resistance of the existing security control. uh, Resistance offered by the existing security control or the magnitude of internal vulnerability. So a vulnerability assessment and scanning is typically a regularly scheduled and highly automated process. So vulnerability assessment sources and tools which are commonly available and used. So we have vulnerability database, common vulnerabilities and exposure CVE and with metric. National vulnerability database is also there. IBM Security X-Force database, Semantic or Security Force BID database, Risk from SANS organization. So when we go to a CVE, then you will find a website called cve.org. You can also find cve.mitri.org. So there are different organizations which will be listing the various. We will be making a vulnerability database. Let's go to the CVE one. So we say that. So let's see if we say Microsoft. So if we say in 2025 there is a CVE number 7676. It is based on Microsoft and for ARM 64 CPU architecture. When Windows run on this architecture, this can have a DLL hijacking vulnerability. And discovered recently, if we want to know more about it, we can further click on this. It will give a description. You can learn more, and you will also get up can you patch it. So let's say we are using Windows 11, for instance, right? You are using Windows 11 or Windows 10 right now?
Windows 11.
Okay. So let's search for any vulnerability which is for Windows 11. So it says Windows, so it will be applicable for 11 also. Misauthentication for critical function in Windows State Repository API follows a authorization attacker for to elevate privileges locally. So this looks a little interesting. So let's try and check this out. And you click on this, then this tab with which is a 2025 vulnerability with serial number has been published. So this particular record says that it's Microsoft. It is for Microsoft issued by Microsoft and Windows 8 repository API server file execution of privileged vulnerability. Missing authentication for critical function in Windows State Repository API follows an authorized attacker to elevate privileges locally. So this is the issue with this particular vulnerability and missing authentication of critical functions. Severity is given. So there is the score which will tell you how good, bad, or ugly this vulnerability is. So if we see CV score system, if you see CV score system, you will find that this would be the heat map kind of a thing where you know that 9 to 10 would be red and like that. The score is calculated based on multiple factors. However, 9 or 10 is really critical. 7 and 8.9 is high. Medium is between 4 to 6.9. Low is between zero point 0.1 to 3.9, and none is 0. So anything which is high and critical would be of concern, because they can really cause harm. So based on my the value of my asset, how important and critical it is. So if I have a Windows 11 machine in which I'm keeping something which is very confidential, kind of a thing, then if I have this particular vulnerability, if I have this kind of a vulnerability and I'm using this, this feature, API, if I'm using this API, or this API is getting used, then I would definitely like to patch it up or mitigate this. So it is vendor for, okay, it is using version this version, and platforms is x64 based system with using a 32-bit system, right? It is also in the product which is Windows 11 version so and so, having a x64 based system with ARM processor. So for all this it will be applicable. And if you will search for the mitigation, then Windows would have definitely rolled out a patch to mitigate this. And that is how the different database repositories exist, through which you can come to know immediately that from the common vulnerability and exposure database or MITRE database, you come to know that which are the vulnerabilities and exposures, and what are the way they can be mitigated easily. So vulnerability assessment life cycle would be prepare policy and standard context, identify either automated or through manual effort or utilizing external resources. Then once you have identified that, then the next step would be to analyze. And as you are analyzing, you will definitely have to prioritize, because you don't have the resources to mitigate something which is not extremely important for the organization or does not have any impact. If something does not have an impact, it is not bleeding you, then there is no point, investing your resources into it. And so you're prioritizing. So you definitely have to prioritize and undertake the root cause analysis of what has led to this problem and try to fix it. Post analysis, it is best to communicate, have metrics and reporting and alerting systems in place, and remediation, change management, patch management, configuration management. If it is a issue related to the patch not being put, then patch management needs to be tightened. If it was a configuration issue, misconfiguration was there, then configuration management needs to be checked. And if it was an issue related to change management, where things are not proper, the change management is not properly getting implemented, then the remediation has to happen. But generally, the issues gets categorized into these three heads where they fall. That is change, patch, and configuration management clause. Once you have done the remediation, then again the cycle repeats and it continues in the same fashion. After you have finished with the VA, and the next step is, and you have the knowledge of existing vulnerabilities which have been categorized into severe, critical, and others. The next logical step is to have a PD. Penetration testing is a more elaborate test in which assessors simulate real world attacks to identify methods for evading the security features or features of an applicant system or network. It often involves launching real attacks on real systems and data using attack tools and techniques. It can be very useful for determining how well a system tolerates real world style attack patterns, the likely level of sophistication an attackers need to successfully compromise the system, additional countermeasures that could mitigate threats against the system, and a defender's ability to detect attacks. So the multiple things gets validated the moment you opt for a PT, and the seriousness into the senior management definitely is a byproduct of PT, because if you just take a VA report, it is often seen as a list of scary things, nothing more than that. The seriousness, the moment you take a PT result along with after VA, the seriousness or a buy-in automatically is seen from senior management, because they can see now that the problem exists in reality. The PD cycle is having step number one, the rules of engagement. Step number two is reconnaissance and initial engagement. Immediately after that, you want for privilege escalation, escalation of privileges, then move literally into and try to create a pivot point, and the ultimate requirement or level to have is a persistent level. Threat hunting, also called as the hunt teams. Threat hunting involves groups of cyber investigators aggressively seeking out threats on a network or a system. They also may they may also be compliance or regulatory auditors or insurance company teams. They attempt to quickly recognize anomalies and discover historic patterns in data and indicators of compromise to counter cyber criminals and mitigate threats. Red teams are the attackers, blue teams are the defenders, and purple teams are the observers or analysts. This is important to that red team, blue team, and purple team nomenclature. Threat hunting life cycle starts with gain and expand visibility. Analyze, form a hypothesis, create the hunt analytic, execute the hunt, investigate and follow up, revise the hunt, analytic. One of the important steps in ensuring good security practices is a log review mechanism. Security managers must do much more than simply collect log and event data. Many will fill multiple TBs of RAID arrays with logs from IPS and EDR systems and antivirus solutions without performing any meaningful review or analysis. Although it is critical to collect as much data as possible in the beginning, admins should quickly filter and shift out the meaningful information leading to knowledge and risk. So log data and give people information. What events and incidents have occurred? Are they isolated? Isolate, aggregate, correlate, and deduplicate the pertinent error message, event ID, etc. What applications, systems, and services are effective? Were effective. Logs must collect relevant system names and IP addresses dependencies. When did it happen? There should be a secure entity system to create accurate time and data stamps synchronized with the centralized atomic clock. Who was logged in? Events should be mapped to a unique ID. Have logs or logins been erased or deleted? These are a few of the few important questions or important information which should be pulled out of the log data, the multiple logs which have been received from multiple events. Synthetic transitions testing. Synthetic transition testing use scripted transitions to simulate the behavior of real users, often against banking, brokerage, and other financial service sites. It is often used to monitor the performance and operations of applications or websites to recognize and send alerts about issues that could affect the end users. Synthetic transitions testing usually involve multiple phases and scenarios across different plugins or features. Benchmark testing. Benchmark testing is used to verify and validate the performance of an application or app against standardized criteria called benchmarks. These matrices include throughput, error rate, and server response time. Benchmark testing allows DevOps team to determine how well an application performs under different scenarios. Benchmark testing is a systematic approach that appraises the performance, proficiency, and capability by comparing applications, systems, hardware, software, or components against set standards. Misuse case testing. In misuse case testing is also called a abuse case testing. This is a software or a system testing approach that involves analyzing and generating test cases based on how an application should not be used. It can anticipate activities or scenarios by testing the application's response to abuse, such as input validation error or unauthorized access attempts. The misuse case offers an effective basis for security testing. This gives visibility into the interactions between the advanced persistent threat actors and the systems or app being developed. Coverage analysis. In the context of security assessment, coverage analysis of code is common in software development. Code coverage analysis is vital for recognizing code weakness, mitigating risk, and improving software effectiveness and reliability. It assists in detecting untested code paths that may result in dormant issues or vulnerabilities. Software developers can ensure that critical aspects of the code base are meticulously tested. Threat coverage analysis is also applied to the systematic evaluation of security operations center, pinpointing the threats that the SOC needs to detect, defining the necessary detection rules, techniques, algorithms, and models, certifying data collection from relevant sources like SIEM, validating rule efficiency with testing and automation like SOAR, and SOC coverage analysis is a security engineering challenge and an occasion for continual improvement. User interface testing (UI). UI testing is a practice that appraises the interface where users interact with software or applications. The focus is assuring that the visual aesthetics, functional, assuring that the visual aesthetics, functionality, and usability of CUI or CLI and VUI, voice user interface, are optimized and free of any errors. When the user first visits a website, the first impression is made and can affect how long the user stays on the site. It is critical to perform user interface testing of all websites, load balancer, CDN nodes, and web applications. Network interface testing. Network interface testing is a gray box testing technique used to verify the proper and anticipated behavior of interconnected networks in provisioning services to end users. It is also common to analyze infrastructure as a code, the deployments in the cloud to gain visibility into a virtual layer 2 and layer 3 interfaces in complex virtual network environments. API testing. API testing is usually performed with static application methodologies. This software testing is considered an aspect of integration testing. API testing is conducted at a message layer or the business logic layer with the goal of determining if functionality, reliability, performance, and security expectations are met. API testing is usually done with a software tool and with assistance from the OWASP API Top 10 Vulnerabilities database. Compliance audits or checks. Carrying out a compliance audit is different from performing a vulnerability scan, although there will be often some of the overlap in this activity. A compliance audit decides if a system is configured in an agreement with a recognized governance policy. A compliance audit decides if a system is configured in agreement with a recognized governance policy. Sometimes compliance involves auditing more sensitive data and systems. There are many diverse forms of financial and there are many diverse forms of financial and government compliance requirements. Typically, the compliance requirements are minimal baselines that can be taken differently depending on the goals of the organization. Compliance requirements must be in line with the business goals to ensure that risks are correctly recognized and elevated. Compliance check lifecycle would be plan the assessment, decide what needs to be evaluated, perform a compliance review, gauge observance of law, rules, and regulation, analyze discoveries and conduct a gap assessment, recognize points of non-compliance, review and report to decision makers, communicate the results, and develop a continual improvement initiative by taking corrective actions. Payment card industry compliance checklist will have use and maintain firewall, implement password protection, protect cardholders' data, encrypt transmitted data, use and maintain antivirus, update software, restrict data access, create unique IDs for access, restrict physical access, check and maintain access logs, scan and test vulnerabilities, document policies. These would be the few things on the checklist when any any facility which is compliant to the PCI standard is getting you know, check for compliance. So let's sir take a 5 minutes break and let's move on to the next topic thereafter.
Okay.
I'm back, sir.
Right, I'm here.
Yeah. Did you receive the email I have forwarded?
Yes, I send you a reply.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Great. So moving on with collecting and analyzing security process data.
Right.
The objectives will be describing account management process, review and approval data, explain key performance, key risk indicators, and backup verification data, Learn about training and awareness process data. Observe disaster recovery and business continuity process data. Analyze test output and generate reports. Conduct and facilitate internal, external, third party, and location based audits. So, collecting account management process data means that the directory is a database of all logical components that construct the local network. It is typically managed through remote configurations of attributes associated with various account objects. One of the main activities is to collect account management process data for gap analysis, privilege creep visibility, and continual improvement. Collecting account management process data, vulnerable and outmoded elements, failure to detect and update JavaScript libraries that have known weaknesses, absence of third-party origin control. Origin control enables restriction of specific web assets by comparing the origin of the resource to a third-party library. Without these controls, there is a high risk of supply chain risk issues due to allowing unknown and unrestrained third-party code that has access to data in the site's origin. Collecting account management process data. There are several methods of collecting data from account management and directory services, like using Lightweight Directory Access Protocol (LDAP) and LDAP bit TLS, database queries and views such as SQL structured query language, API calls and requests, custom third-party solutions from software as service providers. Collecting security management data. A key function for security managers is to collect security process data for management review and approval. Reports and presentation must be compiled for steering committees, executives, C-suite members, and other stakeholders. The most common methods for gathering this type of security data would be to use a traditional SNMP v3 system or a security information and event management system SIEM. SIEM operates by gathering network telemetry and security related event data from a variety of sources as organization has firewall, IPS sensors, servers, applications, endpoints, and more. This data is aggregated into a central repository where it undergoes correlation analysis to identify patterns, anomalies, and potential security incidents. The result of SIEM are often sent to a local or a cloud-based security orchestration, automation, and response system, source system. Key performance and risk indicators. Security managers can get a snapshot of team performance and functionality by analyzing key performance indicators and risk indicators, KPIs, KRIs. These matrices can help professionals better apprehend what were the right decisions and which controls are missing the mark. It is a big enabler for refining decision making about future security initiatives. Key metrics and critical success factors deliver quantitative data to present to upper management and committee members to justify and improve risk management decisions. So, degree or level of readiness, unidentified devices on internal networks, intrusion attempts from an intrusion detection system like IDS, IPS, and endpoint detection and response systems could form a good matrix for security management. Security incidents, mean time to detect any security incident, and mean time to resolve any security incident. Mean time to contain, security rating services, average vendor security rating. Patch management posture, access control model management, capability maturity levels for security governance. Verifying data backups. The primary incident response control for ransomware is a tested and verified data backup process. In fact, the best control to prevent or to carry out corrective control towards ransomware attack is to backup or rebuild the facility using the data backup. So the primary incident response control for a ransomware is a tested and verified backup data or backup process. This verification procedure is also a critical aspect to overall disaster recovery planning. Modern hybrid cloud solution with on-site physical or virtual storage gateways are enhancing the backup policies and processes. Hypervisor storage pods or data store clusters are key modern targets. Backup verification best practices: intermittently verify all manual backups. Examine backup data analytically. Test backups in various cases, misuse or abuse case. Focus on mission critical data backup first. Confirm available space and budget for backups. Understand availability versus durability service level agreements. Training and awareness process data. A critical administrative control is ongoing training and awareness programs. Managers must evaluate the results of all training modalities and targets. The data gathered for analyzing and optimizing training and awareness must be meaningful and comprehensive. Participants should also be provided with an avenue to give open-ended subjective feedback. Security training, monitoring, and reporting. The most important aspect of security training, monitoring, and reporting must be that they must be scoped to specific audience. If the audience are changing, the scope of the same thing should be modified as per the requirements or the set of the audience which has been given that particular training. Scope to the specific audience to deliver different types of security training. Like basic security awareness training would be given to all entry level employees. Technical security training to all technical persons involved in implementing and management of security. Security management to all security managers. Compliance training to all people involved in compliance activities towards security. And people who are involved with red teaming and blue teaming will be given threat hunting and red and blue teaming training. The NPS or the Net Promoter Score is considered the gold standard customer experience metrics. In this context, the NPS score measures participant loyalty by looking at their probability of recommending recommending a given security training experience. NPS scores are measured with a single question survey and reported with number rating from -100 to +100, where the higher score is desirable. Security training reporting. The NPS score evaluation would only be a part of the reporting process. Often, peer and supervisory evaluation should be performed to offer valuable critique and reinforcing feedback to the on delivering the training. This evaluation should also include the origin content, graphic representation, test question, and various modalities of the training. All reporting test practices mentioned in this security plus training should be considered. I am just getting a call, sir. I'll just take it for 2 minutes. Analyzing and reporting on remediation testing. Remediation testing generates reports on vulnerabilities which with an outline and summary on fixed and workarounds, including compensating controls. The reports serve as a checklist or a plan review test for security teams to prioritize weakness by severity. Once developers deploy or update, once developers deploy an update or patch, they can perform another scan or retest to validate the patch against a baseline. Analyzing and reporting of remediation testing. Output generated from remediation tests are unpatched operating systems and applications. SQL injection and cross-site scripting vulnerabilities in websites and web applications. Weak account credentials. Insecure direct object references. Device misconfigurations. Reporting on ethical disclosures. Ethical disclosures reporting is a critical organizational process to deliver transparency. These reports are core to assure proper professional and ethical conduct. This is necessary if the enterprise intends to be honest, precise, and wide-ranging when delivering the information for policy or regulatory purposes. There exists an ever-present tension between professional duties and personal preferences or gain. Most of such drop boxes are often a cribbing mechanism by many times by the employees, where they are instead of giving any independent opinion about incorrect process, which is the main aim of such drop boxes. You will find anonymous information which are more of a cribs based about a person or organization or a particular segment of people. But that has to be, it is very important that it is not to be taken lightly. Even most of the organizations have a policy that anonymous letters or suggestions will not be, acted upon, but it does have a extreme you get the pulse of what is happening at the various levels of the organization. So any such reporting which happens, whether done in personally or it is an anonymous report, it is there should be a mechanism in the organization that such information should reach to the highest body, the decision making body, so that they also get a pulse of what is happening at the lowest level. So maximum time when a new policy is getting rolled out, or a new step has been or new SOP has been implemented, which tries to which has some discomforting elements, then you will definitely find some anonymous letters or chits being put in the drop boxes, so that you can even tweak. Sometimes they add a lot of value and give a lot of valuable information, some suggestions which can be implemented, so that at the grassroots level it is more and more effective. So that's what it brings out. Audit results reporting. Security audits can be driven by programs such as SOC 2, OBIT, CIS, CSA, and more. The audit will often be scoped based on internal inside organization control, external outside organizational control, third party outside of enterprise control, and location based on premise, cloud, or hybrid. So, few best practices as far as security audit and reporting goes. Align with customer guidance, policies, standards, and processes. The routine should correspond to the vulnerability scanning schedule. Maintain a consistent structure over the life cycle of improved results. Purge outdated and obsolete security scan result data. Engage with the customers of the reports frequently and access possible improvements. Security audit reporting best practices. Utilize engaging dashboards. Reduce with different audience. Reduce with different audiences and technical knowledge in mind. Provide glossaries and definitions. Do not assume that everything is understood. Make reporting and interactive and dynamic. Make reporting as interactive and dynamic as possible. Replace pie charts with box plots and scatter plots. So that is how you can generate a good report and interesting one that would engage people and catch the attention of senior management and the ability to communicate your to generate and communicate your report is audit report. It's extremely important. It is as important as the process of audit itself because finally the decision maker should be convinced with whatever are the recommendations in the security audit report. With that, we have finished with this major section today. We first domain 6, the major parts have been covered. Do you have any question or any doubt to ask before we start with the next section?
I'm good.
Great, sir. So if you go through the I just put it on the so if you go through the notes which I have forwarded domain wise, there
Yeah.
for in there are two sheets. One is a quick sheet and other is a detailed notes. So if you go through the quick sheets version of it, it will have the major topics with listed on that and the keywords highlighted. So it will
Okay.
be a good aid for you for revision. with the videos you can keep referring to these notes. And if you're taking a printout, like this is just 7 pages, so if you take a printout and you make your add-on notes on top of it, so it makes a good reference for you, because 8 domains sometimes become quite overwhelming when you are
Yeah.
doing your revision. So every generally the things which will be there in the examination point of views have been included in these notes.
Okay. So this notes is different from the one you used.
Yeah, yeah. These are the short notes, and they are not
Okay.
mine disclaimer. I have also they are good, so I also got it from somewhere,
Okay.
and
Good.
they are good notes.
Good. I mean, anything that will help me pass the certification, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, yeah. So my job is to give you each and every resource which I am getting, and which
Okay.
is useful, because there's so much that you cannot consume each and every resource. So what are
Yeah.
relevant ones that I'm sharing with you? So these are 7 pages which generally covers whatever you have to cram. So they are
Mm-hmm.
concise ones. And if you have to requirement of some understanding also, in addition to the videos, if you have a specific requirement of understanding, then these detailed notes would be useful, where
Okay.
they will be, covering with the examples and detailed things. So let's start with the other section.
So this is domain 6 that we just finished, right?
Yeah, domain
Oh, okay.
6, and
Okay.
we will be
So
now
we are
starting.
about to start domain 7.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I don't know how. So can we take lunch now and then probably when we come back we start domain 7?
Yeah, that'd be great. What is the time over there? I was just thinking to ask you
It's
that.
now 11 o'clock. So probably
So you are okay
let's
with for a lunch break at this time?
yes, I'm okay with the lunch break at this time.
Okay, sir. So let's meet after some time then, maybe 20 or 25. Have a
Let's make it 30 minutes so that yeah,
Okay,
uh,
sir. 20. Let's
let's
make
make
after
a
20.
meet in 30 minutes time. So 11:30. Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
See
right.
you soon. Yeah. Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, great, sir. So let's move on to the next topic, which is logging, monitoring, and investigations. The objective of this section is to explore log management, IDS, and IPS, examine the scene and source systems, learn about continuous monitoring and tuning, review threat intelligence, and user and entity behavior analytics, explore e-discovery and cyber forensics. So, about log management now, the log management is an IT initiative that continuously collects, stores, processes, and analyzes data from various applications and services. The goal are to optimize performance, identify logistical problems, manage resources, improve security, and meet people. Of the multiple requirements with multiple goals with the log management enables, one of the goals achieved is security also, improve security. The LMS is solution that collects, sorts, and stores log data and event logs from a variety of resources on one centralized location. These systems allow professionals to define a single point from which to access all pertinent data. Usually, the files are stored in an indexed and searchable format so that the data can be quickly accessed and analyzed. So the goals of any good LMS would be to collect, monitor, analyze, retain, index, and search, and lastly to get a good report. Log management system and tools are used to assist professionals with managing the increasingly high amount of log data generated throughout the enterprise by a myriad of devices, applications, and services so as to determine the event information and incident data that must be logged, the format in which it should be retained, any additional transformation or processing of the data before being sent to other systems or services. The time period for which the data should be stored and then archived. How the log data should be stored. An intrusion prevention system observes network traffic for possible indicators of compromise and threats. The inline intrusion detection systems can dynamically stop attacks and send alerts to security operation centers or stations. The next generation intrusion prevention system can even remove malicious content or trigger other security services, for example, machine learning and AI. Uh, Although IPS solutions evolved from intrusion detection, they are typically deployed initially in a detection or passive mode for tuning. And IPS does the same detection and reporting as a IDS, so they are often called intrusion detection and prevention systems. IPS or IDPS systems. When an IPS directly stops malicious traffic, it can reduce the overhead for security teams and security operation centers. This empowers them to focus on more complex threats, incident handling, and manual SOAR runbooks. An IPS enhances security policies by blocking unauthorized access of legitimate users. They also help support compliance efforts like PCI, DSS, and GDPR.
So, Manny, if you bring back the previous slide, please. About the last point, they also help support compliance efforts like PCI, DSS, and GDPR. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. So how will IPS or IDS support compliance? So IPS monitors network traffic and alerts on suspicious activity, and IDS does the detection system alerts, and the prevention system can even block the same automatically, right? Now, how does it support compliance? So suppose in a PCI DSS requirement, there is a requirement to track and monitor all access to network resources and cardholder data. This is a PCI DSS requirement. And regular test security systems and processes. This is also a PCI DSS requirement. So, out of the many requirements, the two requirements in PCI DSS is to track and monitor all access to network resources and cardholders, as well as regularly test security systems and processes. In this scenario, IDS IPS is going to help us as it monitors all inbound and outbound network traffic for suspicious patterns, detects and blocks attacks like SQL injection, cross-site scripting, or brute force logging that targets the payment system. It provides logs and alerts for forensic analysis and audit trails, and help meet vulnerability detection and penetration testing requirements. So that is how in a PCI DSS environment and IDS and IPS is helping compliance. Let's look at the GDPR requirements and how it is helping us. In Article 32 of GDPR, which is security for processing, the requirement is to implement appropriate technical and organizational measure to protect personal data. This is a GDPR requirement. And Article 33 is for breach notification. That means detect and report personal data breaches promptly. So now the IDS IPS implementation will aid in Article 32 and 33 implementation. How? It will detect unauthorized access attempts to personal data storage systems. It will prevent known attack signatures or abnormal traffic patterns from reaching data stores. It will provide evidence of proactive security measures doing GDPR audits. It will generate alerts that can trigger incident response within a required 72 hours GDPR reporting window. So these are the technical implementations of they are important technical controls, important security infra. It will definitely aid in compliance requirements of various provisions like PCI DSS and GDPR, etc. Clear, sir?
Yes, thank you.
So prevention system mostly inline after firewall in this particular case. So if the attacker is trying to send the packets, the IPS will block the packets. It will not let it go through. And in case of a IDS, it is the port mirroring which has happened. So the attacker is sending the packets, the switch is mirroring those to the IDS. The detection system is detecting it and sending the alerts to the system. Sorry, the attacker is sending the to the switch. The switch is mirroring it to the IDS. The IDS is monitoring those packets, and the moment there is a malicious packet identified, it will be sending an alert over here. So the SOC team will, after seeing the alert, will take the necessary action. However, it is not going to prevent anything from happening. It is just a alerting mechanism. Whereas in the IPS, which is installed inline, it will be preventing the malicious package from entering the corporate network. So characteristics are, it can be on the network or the on the host. It can be network based or host based. For a cloud infra, it can be a cloud based. It can have features like AI and ML and AI driven. It can be on the monitor mode or a passive mode also. In and out of band, so it can be in band wherein it will be acting as a preventive control and stopping the packet from crossing it, or it can be out of the band implementation and signature or anomaly based. It has alert logs, alarms, verbose dumps, TCP resets, drop packet or address inline, blocking on upstream or downstream routes and or firewalls. Simple network management protocol traps to managers, output of SIEM systems, flow of net flow collectors, and data sent to hybrid cloud services. So in case of alert logs, it records details about a detected event like IP, port, signature, or a timestamp. So it creates all audit trail for investigations and compliance, like we discussed for PCI DSS and GDPR. For example, a IPS log entry showing a block SQL injection attempt from IP 203.0.113.5. So that is a kind of a log which will be of interest. Then alarms, high priority notification to SOC analyst when critical threats are detected. Ensures immediate human attention to urgent security events. An IPS alarm for a detected ransomware command C2C beacon could be an example of raising alarm. A verbose dumps is a full capture of suspicious packet PCAP format for detailed analysis. So a full PCAP will be captured in this scenario for detailed analysis, which allows the forensics team to reply and inspect the attack. For example, capturing a full payload of a malicious HTTP request to study the exploit. TCP request is it sends a TCP reset request packet to both ends of a suspicious connection. Immediately terminates an ongoing malicious session. So, for example, stopping an attacker's SSH session into a compromised server. So, if a IPS is there and it finds such a scenario, it will immediately terminate the ongoing malicious session. Such functionalities do not exist in case of a firewall. Drop packet or address inline. Now it discards malicious packets before they reach their destination. It matters because it prevents payload delivery without disrupting legitimate traffic. So again, it's something which it can for which it is designed is it prevents the payload delivery. However, the without even disrupting the legitimate traffic. For example, dropping packets carrying malware files only. Blocking on upstream or downstream routes and firewalls, routers and firewalls. Instructs other network devices to block traffic from malicious IP or subnet. So it extends the IPS blocking capability across the entire network. So if it is a network based IPS and it finds a malicious package, so it can share that intelligence with the entire network so that the malicious IPs can be blocked. For example, adding a temporary firewall rule to block all traffic from an attacker's IP range, which will protect the entire network. SNMP traps to managers. So it sends alerts using SNMP protocol to network management systems. So why it matters is that integrates IPS alerts with enterprise network monitoring tools. For example, an IPS sends a SNMP trap to SolarWinds to update a NOC dashboard. So not only for SOC, it can even be useful for updating a NOC dashboard. Output to SIEM systems. Forward log events to the Security Information and Event Management Platform enables correlation with the logs from firewall, server, endpoints, etc. Sending IPS alerts to Splunk or QRadar from centralized analysis. Flow of netflow collectors flows to netflow collectors, sends traffic flows, metadata, source, destination, bytes, duration for analysis. Helps detect abnormal traffic pattern that may indicate stealthy attacks. For example, detecting a data exfiltration attempt by analyzing the flow of volume of data. And lastly, the data sent to hybrid cloud services. Forwards data to vendors or cloud-based threat intelligence analytics services and allows advanced AI ML analysis and up-to-date threat detection. For example, Cisco Firepower sends threat telemetry to Cisco Telos Cloud. Tuning IPS sensors. So it's the most important activity. If the IPS is not properly tuned, then there will be false positives. And so true positive is equal to true accurate plus positive action taken. True negative is equal to true plus negative action not taken. False positive was error and action taken, and false negative was error and action not taken. Syslog, the predecessor to SIEM. Syslog is a standard and well established system logging protocol defined in RFC 5424. This it typically sends system information or event messages to a designed syslog event cluster or a modern SIEM system. It predominantly is used to gather various device logs from different systems in centralized fashion for monitoring, visibility, and analysis. It traditionally uses UDP 514 or TCP 1468. So, syslog events. Port 0 is for emergency, system is unusable, 1 is for alert, 2 is critical, 3 is error, 4 is warning, 5 notice, 6 information, 7 debug. Uh, Good to know. You might get, there is a rare chance that a question may arise from this data. The term SIEM is a combination of security information management and security event management. So SIEM centralizes the correlation, storage and analysis of logs and other log-related data to perform a near real-time analysis of logs. It often sends filtered and message data to mining, BigQuery, and data warehousing servers in a data center or at a cloud service provider. This critical combination of software enables network and security teams to take better countermeasures, provide rapid defense actions, and handle incidents. What all is on the platter when we have seen log collection and aggregation, log analysis, correlation and deduplication, log forensics, IT compliance, application log monitoring, object access auditing, automated real-time alerting, user activity monitoring, crime synchronization, reporting, file integrity monitoring, system and device log monitoring, log retention. A common SIEM tool is CISSP Splunk, and a Splunk engine would have it has a command line interface, a web interface, and there are other interfaces also, which integrates with Splunk engine. It can schedule alerts, can be used for reporting and knowledge, distributed search and distributed. There is a deployment server, user ACLs, clusters, indexer. Primarily have a indexer, log forwarder, and for reporting. Three main functions are it is being used for, and maximum activities are happening at the end of the indexer, where parsing, extract, and manipulation of log activities are happening. At the indexer end, since all the indexing activities happened at indexer, thereafter, if a report is required to be generated, the data is picked up from the database which indexer has prepared, and the analytical report can be generated. A SOAR is a mixture of software services and tools that enable organizations to simplify, automate, aggregate, and organize security operations in three core areas: threat and vulnerability management, incident response, security operations, automations. So these are the key aspects of SOAR: security operations, automation, incident response, threat and vulnerability management. The SOAR elements commonly is seen use cases, categories, and rules are mapped to incident categories, and these categories are then mapped to SOAR playbooks. So SOAR typically supports three types of playbooks: a manual playbook, a semi-automated playbook, and a fully automated playbook. In a manual playbook, a series of manual tasks are listed. In a semi-automated playbook, a hybrid of automated and manual subtasks, and fully automated is a completely automated playbook. So SOAR supports four types of automation. defensive risk, forensic evidence, offensive and asset, and deception. Sorry, offensive and deception. So a defensive playbook would have anything that tries to prevent the threat or risk. Anything that tries to prevent the threat or risk, that is a defensive playbook. A forensic playbook would be anything that tries to retrieve additional evidence from uh, the logs. So that is a forensic playbook. An offensive playbook would be anything proactive that tries to investigate an asset. And deception playbook is anything that retrieves or adjusts limits. SOAR delivers three action categories. It delivers three action categories. Enrichment, that is adding additional configuration management database or environment data. Escalation, like email, ticket escalation, simple notification service, chat, message communication, and mitigation, the modification of device configuration itself. So when you have a SIEM and SOAR working together, that is the best case scenario in which the SIEM alerts, once they are pushed to the SOAR can thereafter act based on fully automated playbook of semi-automated playbooks or manual playbooks, and it can have a type of automation which is defensive, forensic, offensive, deception, and it can thereafter also have a escalation, enrichment, and mitigation matrix actions which can be taken at the end of the SOAR. It is important because it has a contextual variable considered for specific playbook escalation is asset criticality, alert criticality, SLA classification, data classification, app criticality, network criticality, user criticality, and log data analysis. Tuning, continuous monitoring and tuning. So continuous security monitoring is an official initiative for threat intelligence that automates the monitoring of security controls, gap weaknesses, and other cyber threats. It is a modern centralized SOC solution that offers real-time visibility into organization security maturity and posture. It continuously investigates cyber threats, security misconfigurations, and other vulnerabilities. SIEM and SOC are common real-world implementations. So common continuous monitoring and tuning targets are patch management, big data volumes, third-party library debugging, security misconfiguration and remediation, overall website and web application security, real-time website proofing protection, deploying Internet of Things devices, and industrial IoT embedded remote monitoring. Egress monitoring services, business email compromise, ransomware, data exfiltration, account takeover, misdirected emails and files, and impersonation attacks are some of the challenges faced by the organizations. Threat intelligence. Threat intelligence is information and metrics that are received, processed, and analyzed to understand a threat actor's motives, targets, and attack behavior. This initiative helps organizations to take proactive actions that can prevent or at least mitigate cyber attacks. Threat intelligence also provides contextual information about potential attackers, their intentions, motivations, capabilities, and positive and possible indicators of compromise. Intelligence is often driven by real-time threat feeds delivered through various channels directly to dashboards. It can be into the three categories, that is long-term strategic, medium-term tactical, and real-time operational category. In strategic, you understand the high-level motives and trends of attacker, then using the data to engage in due diligence of security and business decisions. In this particular category, the stakeholders would be CISO, CIO, CTO, executive board, and strategic intel. In case of in a tactical scenario, conducting malware analysis and enhancements, including getting atomic, stateless, and behavioral indicators of compromise for active defense initiatives. In tactical scenario, the stakeholders would be SOC analysts, SIEMs, firewall, endpoints, IDS, IPs. For the operational requirements, knowing about the capabilities and threat vectors of adversaries, then leveraging the knowledge to perform more granular and directed cybersecurity. Its the stakeholders in this scenario are threat hunters, SOC analysts, vulnerability management, incident response, and insider threat. So example is Amazon Guard Duty. Guard Duty is a managed threat intelligence service that consistently monitors for unauthorized behavior, malevolent and unauthorized behavior. It looks out for unusual application performing unusual API calls or potentially unauthorized deployments that indicate a possible account compromise. A zero day. It is continuously monitoring for a zero-day activity. It detects potentially compromised instances or reconnaissance by advanced persistent threat actors, the ones which are backed by the nation states having the excellent motivation and skill set, so APTs. It performs pre-crime AI activities on domains and IPs. It utilizes proprietary ML and AI along with strategic partners like CloudStrike, 10 Micro, TrustWave, and Rapid7. User and entry behavior analytics, UEBA. So behavior analytics collects and analyzes data from principal actions conducted on a digital product such as an app or a website. Organizations can dynamically determine exactly how subjects interact with a digital experience. Decisions can then be made for enhanced security and continual improvement. Behavior analytics is a relatively new technique for utilizing quantitative and qualitative users and non-person entity data to learn how subjects behave when using and interacting with devices, applications, and services. Next generation endpoint detection tools such as Palo Alto, Cortex XDR leverage business analytics. BA Behavior Analytics. Behavior analytics often leverages machine or deep learning engines and AI tools to answer questions such as what are subjects doing that may violate an acceptable use policy or introduce risk? What are subjects interested in and what are they completely ignoring? Where on your corporate site or app do subjects get stuck and have issues? What do users do right before they exit the intranet site or corporate app? So these are the questions which a BA can answer. Why performance forensics investigation? Why perform a forensics investigation? So the companies may choose for a forensic investigation when there is a legal requirement or laws have been violated. It can also be useful to find a root cause in case of a violation of organization policies uh, when the systems have been attacked, data and identity have been breached, intellectual property has been exfiltrated. The privileged insiders are suspected of crimes. And for the next phase of incident response. These are certain scenarios where the enterprises or the organizations can choose to undertake a forensic investigation. So it is an aspect of e-discovery to find what went wrong, discover. It's an innovative technology that have emerged to lower the risk and costs associated with big data, especially in litigation and internal corporate government investigations. Good, important for exam. Uh, the e-discovery process includes four phases. Very important to remember the four phases of e-discovery and the basic understanding of e-discovery. The four phases of e-discovery are to identifying and collecting documents, sorting through data by relevance, creating production sets, and data management. These are the four steps of e-discovery, four phases, and nine phases of cyber forensics life cycle is the first response immediately when incident is reported, and there is a it is decided to undertake a forensic investigation to preserve an artifact. It's like fire in a building. The earliest a person reaches, the better chances are to prevent it from spreading or extinguishing it immediately. Same way, in case of so that is what the incident response is doing. But when the decision is taken based on those 4 or 5 questions that cyber forensics needs to be undertaken, then the fastest the first responder will reach, the better it would be, because there are data in multiple memory locations. The critical data resident in volatile memory locations can result in loss of evidence, because the volatile memory locations are extremely volatile, and taking a dump of volatile memory locations like a RAM dump, etc., requires a specialized skill set. If it is a server which is a critical server, it may not be even possible to switch that server off. So it is that therefore important that a first response is the first activity is the first response, and sometimes the most critical activity in case of cyber forensics life cycle. Thereafter, when you have decided that yes, this artifact has some evidential value, then it requires to be seized. So the next step towards cyber forensics is to search and seizure. Once the artifact has been seized and brought into the lab, normally it is done in a cyber forensics lab. Then the search for the evidence happens. For that, there are certain procedures like cloning and making an image of that particular artifact, so that the evidence is evidential value is evidence can be searched without changing the state of that particular device. Because the moment you change the state of the device, you may lose some evidence, or you may lose the authenticity of the device, because in the court of law, the device can be manipulated if the state changes have happened. So you don't want the state of the device to change, and still be able to extract evidence out of it. So in the same state, you try to make an image, or you try to clone it, and then on the from the copy of that image, you try to thereafter do some forensic run some forensic tools to for evidence collection. Once you have done that activity, so there are some hardwares like write blockers and things which are required, so that you can make the image without changing the state of the device. And once you have made the copy of the file or copy of the image, and you have run through the forensic tools, and whilst you were running the forensic tools, you found some evidence in that artifact, image of that artifact, then you will have to do evidence collection. Evidences are collected and secured. Step 4 in cyber forensics life cycle is securing the evidence. The evidences will be secured. Then data acquisition and data analytics will be undertaken. Normally, they are done automatically by a good tool, a cyber forensics tool like NCase, FTK. There are lots and lots of cyber forensics tools in the market. Based on the requirement and the device in use, these tools are used to undertake cyber forensics. So NCase, FTK, Backlight, so these kinds of multiple tools are there, and they will undertake a automated acquisition and analysis and evidence assessment. Thereafter, this once the step 4, 5, 6, and 7 has happened. The next important aspect and the very important aspect is documenting and reporting. In fact, documentation starts from the step 1 itself. When the first responders reach the site and it has to confiscate or seize a particular artifact, a document known as chain of custody is prepared, in which the owner or the person present at the site who was responsible for that particular artifact, the custody of that artifact is taken from that owner at the site to by the first responder or the cyber forensics expert. From that time onwards, what are activities in step 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 has happened, everything is logged manually or using a software which is a chain of custody log, a chain of custody software, so that the admissibility of is maintained in the court of law. So once you have done the evidence assessment and you are ready to generate the report. The report can also be generated automatically, or it can be tailor-made, and some manual intervention can happen. However, the documentation and reporting is thereafter done, and this document is enough if if it is a very high-profile kind of a scenario, very high-profile kind of a case, and it is going to the court, then the person who was responsible can even get punishments, or the from the court of law. In that scenario, the forensic expert who has done all these activity, all these steps, may have to present himself in the court as an expert witness. Like you would have heard about expert witnesses in case like a doctor goes who has done postmortem and things like that. So he's a subject matter expert on cyber forensics, and he can go and test. He can go and testify whatever the evidences he's found, so as to explain to the people in the court, because they may not be having the relevant technical knowledge about cyber forensics. So these are the 9 steps of cyber forensics, which are extremely important, and it is a very sometimes it is very time taking, because if you have a very a hard disk which is like a 2 TB or 3 TB hard disk, to make an image of that hard disk itself take more than 24 hours, because imaging is nothing but bit by bit copying of the particular storage device without changing the state of that particular system. So when that activity happens, it is a slow process, and that's why it can be time taking. It can be at times in the process itself you may lose some important information or evidence. So that is why it is to be done very, very carefully. We also heard about something known as the Faraday bags. So the moment the first responder picks something, especially like a mobile phone, then the first activity should thing should be, the best practice should be to put it in the airplane mode, so that remote erasure is not activated by the somebody whose phone you have confiscated. So those are the key things. Same thing goes with the other devices like tablets and all, where the remote wiping feature is not activated by the criminal. So in that scenario, it should be immediately put in the airplane mode and immediately put in the Faraday's bag, so that it is cut off from all the electronic emissions and it stays in a secure environment. So and no loss of evidence takes place. These are the key activities when undertaking cyber forensics and its life cycle. You may definitely encounter a question which is specific to chain of custody management, or maybe the steps in the cyber forensic life cycle. What is imaging? What is a write blocker? So those kind of things which I have explained, they can be part of the examination, which covers the basic steps of how a cyber forensics is to be planned and undertaken. So the investigation techniques includes that forensics team will use some some case software such as Ncase for from guidance software running on powerful Linux laptops. So the machine on which these softwares are normally run are having a good computational capacity, so that it is able to make image of the other powerful device. So generally having much more computational capability than the image than the device of which you are doing the forensics. So there are big workstations, very heavy workstations, which are generally used for undertaking the investigation. These systems will connect with USB FireWire to write blocking images. So the write blocker, which I was saying, the main aim of write blocker is to prevent the state of the artifact. If so that there is no reverse state change, means that nothing is written back onto the on the memory location of the artifact, on the original state is preserved. These systems connect to USB FireWire to write blocking images. For example, FTK has a write blocker. The forensic kits will bundle tools and utilities such as decryption and cracking tool, DD, TCP dumps, NVStat, NetStat, NetCat, memory copy, P-Shark and Wireshark. So it will have a suite of a bundle of tools which will be already there to for the analysis purposes. The investigative techniques include filter for security identifiers and leverage regular expressions and searches. Generate memory dumps and disk images using write blockers. Very important, write blockers should always be used. No image creation should be happening without use of write blocker, because we want to preserve the state or original state of that artifact. So hard disk drive bit level copy sector by sector is undertaken, in which most of the time in the slacks places analysis is undertaken to find deleted file, memory hidden in the slacks places, or unallocated clusters. So if the person is extremely technically skilled person, he would have hidden some information and having some criminal mindset, he would have hidden some information in the deleted file, slack spaces, and unallocated clusters of the memory location, memory hard disk drive. So compressed and encrypted volumes and files, and then hashes. So all these things are being searched with a lot of the tools are used to search all of these. Take a digital picture and conduct interviews and interrogations. At times there was a requirement to call people for interviews and interrogations also, to come to a conclusion when the things are not black and white, and more information is required. Normally in a law enforcement scenario where the state is involved, there is an investigating officer who has been entrusted with the overall investigation. So he is the point of contact where a cyber forensics expert is supposed to send the query as to get more information or more relevant information, and then that helps in preparation of the report. Sometimes the vice versa also happens. That is the report, once the report is received by the law enforcement agency, they can formulate a set of questionnaire and send back to the cyber forensic expert to further dig deep into the analysis and try to find more detailed answers to the problem. Ideally, when a case has been set up and it is at the uh, uh, investigating officer has been assigned to it, IO is assigned to it. Generally, a questionnaire or the requirements is generally is specified by the IO and given to the forensic examiner, that exactly what is to be searched and what he's looking at, because there may be thousands of GBs of data which needs to be analyzed, and it's not an easy task. So it helps the forensic examiner a lot if exact requirements are spelled out and written in a document and forwarded to him during the process of investigation. So bring in law enforcement agencies and other third-party investigators are equally important during investigative techniques. So how it is to be confiscated when somebody, once the first responder reaches to the site, when he goes to a crime scene, what is the order of confiscation? What device you should pick first is decided by the order of volatility. The 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 memory locations which has a volatile memory like CPU cache and registered content, from which the moment you plug the power off and the entire memory will be lost. Those are the those should be targeted first. Then routing table, address resolution protocol, cache, process table and kernel stacks, memory location, temporary file systems, swap spaces, data on local hard disk, directly attached or RAID data, remotely logged data, data on backup media, data in cloud storage or archive data. So this is the order of in the order of volatility you should be taking the confiscating the devices. And the most important thing which I have explained is maintaining a chain of custody. It is nothing but what time the devices were confiscated and with whom it was taken and who has received it, and probably some more notes, the reason for confiscation. Sometimes in case of a mobile phone, it is always a good practice if voluntarily the person is telling then the password of that mobile or iPad or all the devices are password protected, that can be written, because it's not always easy to brute force the password of a device, but not always the person is willing, or the person may not be there also. So in that scenario, the device can only be cracked using brute force, using the password breaking softwares. So this is how a chain of custody is prepared. It goes to the court along with the case report, so that the integrity of the process as well as integrity of the forensic examination is intact, is considered intact. It is considered a fair process, and the criminal does not get away because of procedural lapses. So a forensic analysis is a process of determining who had motive, opportunity, and method (MOM) to commit the breach or crime. Who, what, when, who, what, where, when, why, and how. So these are the questions which any good report should answer. It is a mix of technical capability or technical skill and understanding how the law works, because finally that technical capability will translate into a lawful conviction, a lawful punishment given to a person. So a forensic analyst expert should be someone who has the relevant technical skill set, as well as is also having a good understanding or a decent understanding of how law works, so that he can prepare a good, a decent report which can be thereafter analyzed by the court. So basically the report should answer who, what, where, when, why, and how of and the basic reasons, like what is the motive, what is the opportunity he got, the criminal got, and what is the method used by him to commit a breach. This experienced and skilled team member may not get involved until the other preliminary activities are conducted. This is a combination of an art and a science. So the same thing I was saying, that it is a combination of the skill set as well as it's a kind of art, because you have to understand the requirement and the environment, the non-technical environment, and so as to deliver using your technical skill set. This may include law enforcement or other agencies as opposed to members of internal incident response team or CSIRT. So it depends for what reason the forensics has been undertaken. If it is for the breach which has happened on the internal network, then it may not go up, escalate up to the law enforcement people. It can remain an internal investigation, which can just be a for the root cause analysis purpose. So forensic investigation activities, tracking the attacker kill chain using pattern matching and tracing tools, discovering hidden data in the slack spaces, extracting data remnants from incomplete wiping techniques, that is recovering the deleted files. It is That's why very important when we were discussing how a particular before we discard a particular storage device, or if we are leaving our cloud space, then we discussed that how the data should be like you can how we should be doing it. So we discussed that we should be doing something like degaussing, or we should be doing something like ideally, because these forensic tools have the capability to recover the simply deleted data. When we simply delete or erase, only the pointers to the data is getting deleted, and in the spaces, the memory spaces, the data is still resident. So these tools can easily extract and construct the deleted data. So that technique should definitely be used. Reverse re-engineering of malware in case of a malware attack, uh, dis- disposing cloud-based or hypervisor-based file and artifacts, examining honey tokens and honey files, mapping logins using geolocation, conduct interrogation. So all these are very specialized activities, having very expensive and specialized tools in the market, and depending on the requirement, the complexity of the case, these tools are used. Many times the organizations don't maintain their internal forensic investigation teams, and it is outsourced to a third party service provider who are experts in undertaking the forensics for the organization. Because of these reasons, forensic reporting and documentation. Cyber forensic investigators must be prepared to present evidence in a manner that a legal system and courts consider admissible. So this I have been repeating many times. It's come on slide also, that you are not only the technically skilled individual as far as the forensic examination goes, but you should also be having a good understanding of legal system. If the goal is to deliver justice, constructing a lucid and comprehensive digital forensic report is critical for the process. Needless to say, because the court understands the language of the report and does not have much background about the technicality of it. So, a basic plain language, kind of a report which we prepare when we prepare an executive summary. Something like that should be the language which should be used when we are delivering a forensic report. Every claim must be supported by a verifiable and substantiated concrete evidence. So, yeah, so like in a audit, we generally do a evidence based audit. Similarly, when we do forensics, it is based on evidence, and that is the main aim, that every claim, every reason which for which you are doubting somebody must be with the substantiated and concrete evidence. Otherwise, it that particular claim will have no value in court of law. So there are a few best practices in forensic reporting. That is, do not violate yourself. Do not violate laws. So that's why we are doing certain practices, like when we are handling, we are making chain of custody. When we are imaging, we are using a right blocker, so that we are not changing the state of a confiscated artifact. So aim is not to ourselves violate the law whilst we are doing the process of collection, handling, processing, and analyzing. In each step, it is important to follow or to ensure that the violation of law is not happening. The moment you have made a copy or an image, when you the moment you have made an image of the artifact, uh, you can make multiple copies of the image, so that the original artifact does not go undergo any state change. And those multiple copies are like copying a particular file. So any number of copies can be made, and investigation can be undertaken on that. uh, uh, the aim is, in the court of law, that the process should be repeatable. So if your process is challenged, that it is not done properly, and if some other expert has been told to re-evaluate the evidence, then that should be possible. That should be doable. So the repeatability is a very important requirement in case of such kind of investigations. Hence, you are required to ensure that you do not change any state and do not violate any law yourself. Only include the pertinent data information in the report. Avoid using complex and terminology which is not understood by non-technical people. Consider including a glossary in the report, so that uh, unfamiliar words can be referred to, and focus on concrete and indisputable facts. There could be thousands of facts which will come out when you are analyzing forensically, but what is the requirement? That's what I was saying, that initially the requirements are forwarded to the analyst, because the analyst is somebody who is inside the lab, and the first responder has just done the collection part in the chain of custody and forwarded it to the analyst. And the analyst is someone who has never visited the site, doesn't have any idea. He must maybe working on 15 cases parallelly, so he may not even have the time to visit each and every site. So it is important that basic brief and narrative and what is exactly required is forwarded to the analyst, so that he can put his brain, and he can uh, focus on the key thing, rather than making a elaborate report which is of no use. So focus on concrete and indisputable facts. Exclude your personal opinions. You are just doing uh, a very independent assessment, and with no emotional involvement into the case. Hence, personal opinions if to be excluded. Every fact must be backed by a strong evidence, which was existing in your artifacts, which was embedded into that particular artifact. Make use of any forensic notes taken during the investigation, and automate the process if possible. So the most correct way of doing things is if you are able to automate it, because then when you go to the court, it is very clear that no human involvement was there. Hence, the likelihood of tampering with the evidence is not there. Also, when the automated systems or tools are used, the efficiency and the correctness of the things also go up. So it helps in multiple ways. So wherever possible, automate the process. So how will a basic forensics report should look like? It will have a title, it will have a table of contents, case summary, evidence summary, objectives and hypothesis. So not always every technology has some hypothesis. So it may not always be possible to go up to the root cause of the reasons why a particular thing happened. So that needs to be clearly brought out that is there any specific hypothesis which have been followed or kept as the at the background. Steps taken during the investigation. For example, the forensic analysis, the steps, which tool has been used, the tool was, updated a tool. So those are the very basic and key requirements which should be included, because the other party can claim that expired tool was used and hence the expired tool could have been compromised by some hacker. So those are very you know standard kind of allegations which the other party levies on the court when it reaches the court. So it is always good to give the specific details like type of tool used, the licensing key of the tool, and it is still not expired. It is still a active tool and stuff like that. So digital forensics tool that were utilized, relevant findings, recommended next steps for example critical criminal charges. So this part may not be your forte, but yeah, if you have that knowledge, if the investigator have that knowledge, then he can definitely put the recommended next step. Appendices and exhibits optional. In this you can give the screenshots, and you can also give your screenshots of logs, photographs and other stuff. Formatting uh, should be good. It should have numbering, header, footer, extra. Figures optional, glossary optional. It's always good to have a glossary included in your report. So we move on to the next topic after this. So let's take a 5 minutes break. I'll take a water break. And anything, any doubts in this forensics? Generally, not much is asked in detail, but the questions are definitely tricking. Like you should understand the fundamentals in depth, like why a report or why this important, why there is importance of so much of things in the particular report, or what are the best practices, what is the right blocker, what is the relevance of making an image, why should we make an image and work on image and not directly on the work on the copy of the image or not directly on the image, right? Those kind of things should be known, and those basics are only asked in the exam, right, sir?
Right. Yeah. Right. Thank
So,
you.
right, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's start. Another really important topic from security perspective as well as exam perspective is understanding the fundamentals of configuration management operations and change management practices. Examine security operations like need to know, least privilege, segregation of duty, privileged account management, and job rotation. Describe service level agreements, know about resource protection, learn the incident management life cycle, DRM, RRRL, detect, response, mitigation, reporting, recovery, remediations, and lessons learned. Something which should be known by heart. The risk management steps and incident management life cycle, very important to remember. Like the drum roll is a mnemonic which I used to use, DRMRRRL, to remember the steps of incident management life cycle. So, what is configuration management operations? The goal of configuration management is to ensure that accurate and meaningful information is readily available regarding the configuration of appliances and services, along with the configuration items that support them. For example, there was 5 or it's a real example. One of my good friends have bought 5 or 6 IoT devices, and it so happened because of a sudden surge in or spike in the voltage, all those devices, the configuration was reset to factory settings. Now they were all interdependent devices, and it becomes because after 3 or 4 months, what configurations were done to fine tune the devices so that they interact with each other and they work as a system, was done with lots and lots of brainstorming and troubleshooting and stuff like that. And now that is lost. No documentation has been done, and now to redo it is another a Herculean effort. So the best practice is to have a configuration management, is to ensure that a meaningful information is readily available. It is documented either in obviously in a soft format only, but it is documented and it is readily available regarding the configuration of appliances and services, along with the configuration items that support them, so that in case of any requirement to reconfigure them or to check whether these configurations are in accordance with the security requirements, the data is readily available and you don't the downtime is not beyond the acceptable limits. Operations include all relationships and dependencies between the configuration items. Resource objects including hardware, software, network, site, vendor, supplier, and people. There could be multiple parties, as I told, involved in this workable configuration for which a particular software or hardware is configured and it is running. There can be multiple agencies and stakeholders who would have got involved to make the thing run, and now suddenly if there is a need to revisit that configurations, it should be readily available. Otherwise, it can be a single point of failure if the details of the configurations are not kept readily available. Operational activities include provisioning, baselining, and automation. The configuration management is a governance and a system life cycle process for ensuring consistency among all assets. You buy a new asset, you want it to be baseline based on this configuration management. Otherwise, the consistency, the baselining of the entire enterprise will not be possible. Classifies and tracks individual CIs, document functional capabilities and interdependencies, verifies the effect a change to one configuration item has on the other items. So configuration management practices offer the required data about the asset and their configuration, including their interactions with other assets, which assist admins and managers with problem resolution, incident response, network component deployment, strategy formulation, budgetary forecasting, global decision making. So, having a good configuration management practice is not only a security requirement, but it is a requirement in these multiple domains which it will aid in. So you will have directory services, tools, and utilities all across the network, which is baseline to your particular organization's requirement. Centralized inventory engines and their baselines. Then infrastructure as a code diagram and topologies, configuration management database. Configuration management database is a set of data, tools, utilities, and processes used to support the configuration management. All information should be tagged and labeled with a common unified schema, preferably using key value pairs. This data will often populate a data warehouse system known as CMDB. Relational databases have been used historically. No SQL or document database are emerging as a common solution. Companies often leverage a cloud service provider such as AWS, DynamoDB, or Google BigQuery for such requirements. This is not a typical data warehouse. It plays a critical role in several IT management initiatives like IT service management and IT asset management. The CMDB assists various IT services to better align with business needs by providing current and accurate data to change and patch management, incident and problem management, availability management, release and deployment management. Change management practices. It is also called the change control practice. It maximizes the amount of successful service and product changes. Should make certain that risks have been adequately addressed, authorized, and managed with a change schedule. For instance, if a server or cable which has been tapped to the server has gone is malfunctioning and that has been plugged out and replaced without a change management process, then it would be very difficult that to verify whether the configurations have been done correctly, whether the correct port has been used when the wire has been replugged. So those are the things which require authorization. Adequate permissions have been taken, what changes have been authorized, when it was authorized, who performed them, who checked it. If those kind of documentation and those kind of processes are not existing in the organization, then it is a recipe for disaster at a later stage, because then you are not following any process. So that is why the change management practice brings a extremely important layer of security, which ensures that a correct baseline configuration is maintained intact at an organizational level, because organization is a it's a massive task to have a baselining done at an enterprise level. So best practices of change management needs to be ensured. Operates with a configuration database to track all possible dependencies and repercussion of changes, involve change logs and change databases. So types of changes. So this is an important activity that if there is an emergency requirement to undertake the changes and which necessitate otherwise necessitates approvals, then what should be done? Then the change should definitely be done. However, the approval should be taken post facto. So this is a standard question in CISSP that the change is necessitated immediate for an emergency requirement. So should the manager wait for approvals, but that should not be the case. The changes can be taken, can be approved by the manager. At the same time, it is his responsibility thereafter that when at the earliest the approvals are taken post facto. So types of changes have are standard, normal, and emergency. Standard changes are low risk changes that are pre-authorized and well documented, can be automated, do not need additional authorization. For example, changing the directory password. Right. Then the normal, those are the standard changes. The normal changes are the ones which follow a specific process for scheduling, assessment, and authorization. They are low risk changes, but they do go through a approval process. For example, onboarding a new phone or laptop and installing an application. So these are something which will definitely go a process. Then the change requirements are of emergency types, where you must be which must be implemented immediately. They are often a result of problem management or after action reporting. May involve escalation or an emergency advisory board if the number of resources or disruption is a significant thing. So, the life cycle of change management is the submitting the change, recommended change, then that gets approved. After post approval, it should be documented, tested, implemented, and finally the report is generated. So, all these steps should be diligently followed whenever there is any change requirement in an organization. Next important topic after change management is patch management. A patch management is one of the most critical aspects of configuration management and change management. Now, vulnerabilities, exposure reviews, and gap analysis are not performed or done properly regarding patches and updates. One of the most important questions which repetitively come in CISSP related to patch management is that there should always be a rollback provisioning done whenever you are implementing patching. First of all, the patches should be never done directly into a production environment. It should always be done in a test environment. And when you are satisfied that yes, the patches are behaving in the manner they are supposed to behave, and then only after doing patching in the test environment and testing it properly, it should be done in a production environment. Even then, if in the production environment, if the after doing the patching, if a particular application or a software misbehaves, then you should definitely have a rollback to the previous version. That arrangement should have already have been worked out so that you don't spoil the production environment as such. So these are the two key aspects which are regularly tested in CISSP exam, is to implement first in the test environment, and then rollback should be possible if the patches are not behaving in the proper manner. So coming back to the slide, uh, only certain personnel should have the authority to test, apply, and determine the urgency of the patch activities. So, and not anybody should have the access to apply patches into the production environment, or follow the process. It should be a dedicated team. Agreements with any applicable vendor should also be made to address any potential issue before patch deployment. So, certain steps in patch management: develop inventory and patch management plan, perform assessment of existing controls and configuration, conduct a gap analysis against the inventory and control list, assess and classify the risk based on analysis methods and risk treatment, and apply the tested patches, that is testing in the test environment. Apply the tested patches either manually or automated with a rollback mechanism in place. This is what I was explaining, that tested patches in a test environment and rollback mechanism in place. That is how it should be applied, not otherwise. Otherwise it can be again a reason for outage in the network. Up till the step number 4, we are just verifying whether the necessity of patch management is there or not. So you are doing the risk assessment activities, and undertaking gap analysis, and verifying the requirement at the first place, that there is a requirement to treat that risk by using the patch. So as I have shown you on the internet, there are so many patches which multiple vendors are rolling out. My requirement as a security manager remains is that, or the admin remains is that, whether I have that technology with me or not. If I am having that technology, then only the patches are relevant for me. And if I have those technology, then what controls I have already put. So is there any gap because of this vulnerability, and is the patching required for me? Mostly that is the case, that the patching is required if you are having the technology in your environment, and it is being rolled, it is being advised or recommended by the OEM itself. So as a part of the best practice, whatever recommended patches of OEM, they should be put in the put on the this thing, so that the vulnerabilities are immediately patched. So in that scenario, all this step 1, 2, 3, 4 will result in you patching it. It can be done manually and automated through SCCM and other automated patching mechanisms. And when you are doing the automated or manual patching, you should definitely do the patches which you are going to do should be tested, as well as there should be a rollback mechanism in place. Moving on to the next topic, which is least privilege and zero trust. Although both zero trust and least privilege control the level of access to resource such as data, network, or other assets, each take a different approach. Zero trust is a more all-encompassing approach, whereas least privilege is more granular. Zero trust is a bigger thing, and least privilege is granular. The principle of least privilege states that user system and processes should have only the minimum level of permission necessary to perform the task. The goal is to reduce the attack surface, so that if compromised, the possible damage and lateral movement onto the network are reduced. The least privilege and zero trust. Zero trust is a wide range architecture that zero trust is a wide range architecture that integrates several principles and technologies, including least privilege, to protect resource objectives. So it's an important thing that zero trust is a subset of least privilege. Least privilege is a subset of zero trust only. Zero trust is having a very wide range architecture, and zero trust is just a part of it. Least privilege is an explicit principle that is used when a zero trust framework or a similar security model is implemented. Zero trust is focused on continuous verification at every stage, at every step, continuous verification, and never implicitly trust anybody, whether insider or outsider. We don't trust anybody. Whilst least privilege deals with limiting specific access rights for users to an absolute minimum. So that they are only having those rights to perform their duties, not nothing more, nothing less. And segregation of duties is a non-technical, control to ensure that uh, the critical functions are not getting affected because of one person. Right? Segregation duties are critical, internal, administrative, physical, and technical. It can be on three domains. Segregation duties can be achieved by admin controls, physical and technical controls, but mostly the implementation is done through a policy, and where two different people are, two different rules are, used or separated out using segregation of duty. It is an important aspect of an effective risk management strategy. Segregation of duties focuses on dividing up responsibilities of key organizational processes by distributing the discrete functions into multiple people, groups, teams, or departments. It can be helpful in reducing the risk of potential errors and frauds. So basically, one person can cause fraud, and if you involve multiple people, then the likelihood of the fraud or collusion becomes very, very less, and that is what is aimed at, segregation of duties or mandatory vacations and those kind of administrative controls. Segregation of duties is intended to thwart unilateral actions in an organization's workflow, which often leads to incidents that exceeds the organization's risk tolerance. In a nutshell, no single person or group should be granted control over a task or an asset where they have an unrestricted ability to overlook errors, fabricate information, exfiltrate data, and attempt theft. A common example is to have a separate data backup group and a separate data recovery and restoration team. PAM, or a privileged account management, it is a security initiative that enables organizations to counter cyber threats through visibility, detection, and hindrance of all unauthorized privileged access to critical source objectives. It is called privileged identity management, or simply privileged management. PAM operates by implementing security processes that control and monitor all privileged account accesses. It emphasizes on monitoring and managing of the use of privileged accounts. This includes local and domain administrative controls, emergency accounts, specialty management, and service accounts. The two main use cases of PAM are averting credential theft and attaining compliance, like PCI compliance or Sarbanes-Oxley Act compliance. A PAM initiative identifies the user, processes, and mechanisms that demand privileged access and designates the policy that apply to them. It must support established security policies, such as automated password management and multi-factor authentication. Realm and domain administrators must also be able to automate the process of generating, modifying, and deleting accounts. PAM should also continuously monitor sessions to facilitate report generation for security teams to recognize and scrutinize anomalies. So, what are the benefits? Deliver just in time access to critical resources. Support DevSecOps with unified password security. Permit secure passwordless remote access with encrypted gateways. Monitor previous sessions to back exploratory audits. Analyze anonymous privilege actions that can harm the organization. Track privileged accounts, events, and incidents for compliance audits. Generate reports on all privileged user access and activity. Flow of Microsoft PAM. Admin requests privileged access to high-risk tasks. Designated approver approves that. The admin runs the task. The privilege expires after the specific interval. Admin no longer has the access. Just in time. Job rotation is again a very important control to prevent a kind of fraud or over dependency on one particular employee for a critical activity. When you are rotating jobs, the effect which is achieved is that someone else is also trained to carry out the same functions in case of an emergency, in case of non-availability of the key or the main person. So job rotation is again is an administrative control that is often part of segregation of duties or zero trust initiatives. It is also called the rotation of duties. Mostly one odd question will definitely be coming from SOD, segregation of duties, zero trust and self rotation and job rotation. Job rotation is based on the security principle of need to know, privilege and access, and is considered an access control mechanism. Rotation of duty initiatives help organizations enhance the skill set of their employees and be resilient to a single point of personal based failure. So, whatever I was explaining, it has been put in a better English on the slide. The fundamental remains that over dependence on a single employee is not there, and when you have sent a person on mandatory or the leave, somebody else has already got trained for that role. So that is a way mandatory vacations and job rotations help in achieving. Job rotation is also an excellent way to discover and mitigate insider security threats like collusion and uh, committing of fraudulent activities and acceptable use policy violations. Typically, these are predefined timeframes for a standard rotation of a role within a particular business process. Privileged users should be the highest priority for job rotation policies. Job rotation can also include policies such as mandatory time off or forced vacations. Service level agreements. And service level agreement will define the precise responsibilities of the service provider or the vendor and customer expectations. SLAs help clarify the support system, service desk, response to problems or outages for an agreed level of service. They can be internal between business units and or departments. These are often called operational level agreements or frameworks. They should be used with new vendors or cloud providers for 24 hours support. The provider must realize that the use of contractual agreements such as hosting, connection agreements, and SLAs are used to allocate shared responsibility and risk among both the provider and the consumer. The SLA will also establish liability for the failure of one or more services and control. The realization of risk is appropriately documented and understood by all involved parties. Master Service Agreement. And Master Service Agreement is a contract two parties enter during a service transaction. As a part of due diligence in your business continuity plan, any or all expectations with the candidate service provider must be confirmed. This agreement details the expectations of both parties. The goal of master service agreement is to make the contract process faster. It also should make future contract agreement simpler. The elements of a master service agreement or a service level agreement. Confidentiality, del- uh, delivery requirements, limitations of liability and dispute resolution, geographical locations, intellectual property rights, payment terms and cost structure, venue of law, warranties and work standards are few of the elements which will form the part of the master sales agreement or service level agreement. Reciprocal agreements is done between two organizations which is having similar infrastructure and technology, often difficult to legally enforce. So most important in this particular topic is that common or similar infrastructure should be there, then only the reciprocal agreement should be signed. What is the goal of such an agreement? The most common goal is that one can act as the recovery side for other in case of disaster or lengthy outage. Now, in that scenario, most of the time, it is felt that the when such an agreement is signed, you need not have your own recovery site and in case of a lengthy outage. Reciprocal agreements are also seen with data backup and escrow services whereby two departments or organizations agree to store each other's backup data on the computer. If you have resources available and there is a possibility of such a scenario, it is always good to have such an arrangement so that you don't have to invest more on to build up such resources, and you can two parties can help each other out if they have similar infrastructure and technology in place. Resource protection. Resource security and protection are two similar terms that represent ways to safeguard computer resources, data at rest, and data in transit. Protection controls the access to all system resources. It is explicitly the action of external and physical security. Resource protection offers discrete and tangible feedback from controls that secure access to all the systems and resources are happening. So what is the example? Protection with information rights management system. The objective of information rights management system are to employ controls that work with or in addition to access control security to protect data and file level assets. For example, an example is to control copying, deleting, and modifying certain PDF documents to protect intellectual property and copyrights. Also, IRM sometimes will act for version controlling of files. For instance, a new policy is being made. It will be iterated n number of times in an organization, and each time the iteration is happening at multiple stakeholders level, the which version is relevant is normally lost within in the process. So if you implement the information rights management solution, it will ensure that the ownership rights or the owner has the rights delegated for copying, deleting, and modifying to the key persons, and not anybody and everybody can modify that document. Content creators must protect and enforce all access and usage of digital assets. Since digital signing and certificates are often used, and enterprise public key infrastructure may be part of the policy. For example, Windows Resource Protection software. Windows Resource Protection averts the replacement of critical system files, folders, and registry keys installed within the operating system. It was first introduced in Server 2008 and Vista. Permissions for full access to change Windows Resource Protection protected resource is restricted to the trusted installer service only. Resources protected with WRP can only be modified using the supported resource replacement mechanism with the Windows Module Installer service. This protection helps to avoid application and operating system failures. Coming to the incident management life cycle preparation, even after securing the enterprise and its resources, if an undue event happens, if an incident happens, Then a specialized team is deployed to mitigate that incident. This incident management life cycle and testing and keeping it updated to to deliver on ground is extremely important because the incidents are unforeseen. They happen at odd times when the key players are not available, and they have a very high impact, be it technical impact or otherwise, on the reputation of the company. So, the moment an incident happens, the incident management plan and the incident management life cycle of an organization should kick in. Starts with the preparation step. The incident response refers to the steps taken when a negative event disrupts normal operations. The primary goal is to reduce the immediate impact. The incident management documents incident types and category definitions based on risk assessments, risk register, and business impact analysis. Preparation involves all information gathering, missions, charters, and project initiation tasks. Managers must get buy-in and funding from executive management and how the scope of the response plan is. This involves establishing incident response teams, will the organization use a swarm team, is a question, and determine the roles and responsibility of internal teams on incident response teams. Incident management preparation also involves knowing the roles and responsibilities of the first responders, including reporting requirements and escalation process. Security managers collect contact list or the calling trees, public relations people and legal teams. Best practice involve exercises, regular exercises, continuous drills and simulations. Incident management life cycle detection and response, tools and services. Various logs and SNMP version 3 traps, NetFlow and seam collection, NGIPS and EDR alerts and logs, hybrid cloud-based visibility tools using machine learning and AI, vulnerability databases like CVE, MITRE and NVD, toolkits such as Kali Linux and Parrot OS, web application vulnerability scanning like Burp Suite and ZAttack proxy. So these are certain tools and services which will aid in the detection and response during an incident. Towards detection, responders, either manual or automated, separate an event from an incident immediately using predefined metrics and experiences. So based on the risk assessment and business impact analysis, there can be plans which are already optimized and prepared. Based on these plans and predefined matrices and the experience of the responder, the actions are initially taken. In this early stage, categorization and prioritization of incidents is based on the established risk register and risk database. Like when did it occur, who were alerted, who made the discovery, what is the scope of the impact, does it qualify for escalation or disaster recovery. Very important, whenever incident is reported, the first activity to be done is to verify that whether it is to be qualified as an incident or not. Many times the indicator of compromises which comes out is outage or poor performance of a particular service or a system, which may be falsely triggered as an incident. And so initially the best practice is to verify whether it is to be termed it as an incident or not in the first place. Once the team is 100% sure that yes, there is a we are in a incident scenario, escalation is based on the predefined metrics and experiences. The main goal remains containment. Initially, whatever wrong is happening, that needs to be contained. For instance, if a particular server is being attacked, it would be the best to contain it by just plugging out the cable and isolating that server from rest of the network. So how best you are going to contain the outbreak or the malware exploit so that you prevent the lateral movement of the malware in the network is what should be the first activity to contain any incident. Responders implement short-term processes such as disconnecting devices from the network, as I just said. Utilize, then the next best thing is to make a boundary, establish a boundary. The boundaries can be made by utilizing firewall, IPS, next generation IPS, machine learning algorithms, and other forensics tools to maintain separation, containment, and segregation. So the affected part of the network or affected devices can be either isolated or they can be there can be a boundary made so that the lateral movement of malwares or exploits do not take place. The once that has been achieved, then the next logical step would be to bring the systems back to the normal state. The best possible way to do that so would be to restore the backup. So evaluate the backup and snapshots for future recovery. If the root cause can be determined here, that is bonus, but not necessary goal at this stage. This particular pointer is for the at the enterprise level in a commercial enterprise. However, at times in a law from the law enforcement perspective, if it is a government organization or a critical organization where certain norms or certain things are required, then you may need to think from the legal perspective and uh, act accordingly. So response involve understanding the kill chain. Mitigation. How do you mitigate the problem? This step is also called eradication and is often integrated with the previous phase as opposed to being a separate activity as such. Mitigation involves quarantine and applying immediate remedies if available. It also consists of removing all indicators of compromise and any action, artifacts, remittance, or fingerprints associated with the attack. Mitigation tools include antivirus programs, next generation EDR, SOAR runbooks, and cloud based threat management services. And the next step is reporting. Reporting and documentation is rarely a separate step, but rather ongoing and persistent activity throughout the entire life cycle. This phase does not include the after action report and lessons learned. Reports should be generated from physical, digital, and or audio notes taken throughout the entire process. The final report should be concise and comprehensive, be generated with different audiences in mind, use newer graphical representation with Python or R programming tools, include recommendations to prevent future incidents, take problem management into consideration. The process of restoring negatively affected data, application, system, and devices into an established baseline performance level, or if possible, the original state, is remediation. This often involves only remediation to a certain operational point and not total recovery. During this point, it is vital to establish that you are not in danger of another incident or breach. It will often involve business impact analysis metrics and indicators like recovery time, recovery point, and mean time to recover. All these we will be studying in the next domain. Recovery and remediation. This is more elaborate than recovery, as it involves a remedy that puts the application or system onto a state before the incident occurs. Remediation may take hours or weeks depending on the fact that the incident uh, may rise to the state of a disaster or catastrophe and business continuity is occurring. Recovery and remediation are often combined into a same phase or stage of incident response. Incident management life cycle lessons learned. AAR should be produced after incident response testing, drills, and the actual real world events. This data should populate a lessons learned ledger or database. This is the bulk of the information and knowledge gained from the process of conducting the program. Data, information, knowledge, and wisdom. One of the most important activities in the entire thing, which is done after everything is over, is lessons learned. So, most of the time, educating people with the right stuff is the most important control to prevent an incident from happening. So suppose if an incident has happened, there are always a chance for it to reoccur. The same vulnerability can be exploited multiple times by a attacker at a different segment of the network. So it would be the best practice to educate, not to give the technical and specific details, so that you don't develop it insider threat exploiting the vulnerabilities. So there is where it is very important that the lessons learned should not become a reason for the any insider utilizing that information and exploiting the vulnerability in the network. It should be aimed at educating the people to identify the indicators of compromise of that attack and expeditiously report, so that if the attack is reoccurring, then immediately the remedial actions are taken, and the attack can be mitigated. So hold sessions at the response closed out. Share and use knowledge derived from the experience. Endorse the reoccurrence of positive outcomes. Prevent the reoccurrence of negative outcomes. Try to avoid blame storming. No finger pointing. That doesn't provide any result. However, there should be a positive outcome. It should be in a positive tone. Although someone may be ultimately held accountable if expected due care and diligence were not performed. So with this, the today's this thing is over. But I will definitely refer to the way we have been doing. I will be referring to the older presentation also, so that we cover up anything which is left in this, and there is a better understanding in the domain. Let's take a short break, sir, and then I will be flashing the slides from the older presentation. Any doubts or questions or anything coming up in your mind for which you need a clarification? Hello, sir.
I'm here.
Yeah. So let's. Yeah. Mm, so let's quickly control physical logical access to assets, manage identification and authentication of people, devices, and services, federated identity with third-party services, implement and manage authorization mechanism, manage the identity and access provisioning lifecycle, and implement authentication systems. All this we have done yesterday. Oh, sorry, I put wrong domain. Security assessment and testing. Design and validate assessment, test and audit strategies. Conduct security control testing. Collect security process data, technical and administrative. Analyze, test, output and generate reports. Conduct or facilitate security audits. So we did security assessment and testing programs provide a mechanism for validating the ongoing effectiveness of security control with a variety of tools to validate controls like vulnerability assessment, penetration testing, software testing, audits, security management tasks. Every organization should have a security assessment and testing program defined and operational. Vulnerability assessment versus penetration testing. The basic differences is that vulnerability assessments are mostly automated tools to search for known vulnerabilities because they are referring to the databases which is for vulnerability database. So they are known ones. In system applications and networks, flaws may include missing patches, misconfigurations. So these are the things which will be the outcome of a VA. There will be missing patches, misconfigurations, or faulty codes that expose the organization to security risk. PT uses these same tools but supplements them with attack technique where an assessor attempts to exploit vulnerabilities and gain access to the system. Penetration test strategies. A few of the strategies would include war dialing, which no longer is done. It was for the bank modem, so a kind of a legacy technique. Sniffing, eavesdropping, dumpster driving, social engineering. So basically, act as an attacker and test that involve human interaction and analysis with increased cost, but or more through. Again, the scope of PT and the technique PT technique used will definitely make it kind of this thing, how much effort is required to conduct a PT. A complete black box PT is never recommended because it will be a it will require a lot of time, resources, and skill set to break into a network like a hacker or attacker. Process data, employee policies and practices, termination process and background checks. We spoke a lot about it. Roles and responsibilities. We have spoken a lot about it. Management sets the standard and the policy. Security awareness training is important to prevent social. This is an important thing. The only way to prevent social engineering is to train the people. There is no technical control against social engineering because uh, it is not a technical attack. It is a social attack using the technical means. So, individual is enticed. For example, if you are again and again searching for buying a particular jeans or a T-shirt, then uh, the attacker will embed a malicious link into adware where again and again the jeans is shown. So based on the social behavior or a particular interest of an individual on a particular thing, if that is known to the attacker, he will entice that individual using those technical means. Hence, the attack is predominantly non-technical using the technical means. Therefore, there is nothing much technical which can be done about social engineering. Little more technical AI-based technical controls have definitely come that in your mailbox those phishing links are immediately removed. Those kind of technical controls have come in place, but eventually that has also not resulted in a very promising results because the attack is happening on an individual and his mindset, not on the technique. So the biggest way to prevent a social engineering attack is by training the people, making them aware that how it can, how what are the latest trends in social engineering which are existing, and what are the latest campaigns which are going on, and just making them aware of that can prevent a social engineering attack in a big way in the organization. So important things from the software perspective is software testing, code reviews, and interface testing. So these are important activities when we talk of software testing. Software testing from primarily in two distinct two heads: static software testing and dynamic software testing. The technique include code reviews, evaluation or evaluate the security of a software without running it by analyzing either the source code or a complicated application or a compiled application. Sorry. Dynamic software testing evaluates the security of the software in a runtime environment and is often the only option for organizations deploying application written by someone else. If you don't have the source code, you cannot do static software testing or the code review, but can definitely run a software and analyze it using dynamic software testing. Fuzzing is a testing technique. Users modified inputs to test software perform under unexpected circumstances. Modifies known inputs to generate synthetic inputs that may trigger unexpected behavior. Generational fuzzing develops inputs based on models of expected inputs to perform same task. A lot we talk about this was log reviews, account management reviews, backup verification, key performance, and key risk indicators. We talk a lot about the audits, different types of audits, internal, external, third party, and what are the key differences is important to understand from exam perspective. So these are the only key pointers which were there additionally, which I thought I should cover in this particular domain. So the next topics which we today covered is how to we understand with the investigations and forensics, what are the conduct of logging and monitoring activities, configuration management, fundamental security operations concept, conduct incident management, and operate and maintain detective and preventive measures. Implement and support patch and vulnerability management. Understand and participate in change management processes. Implement recovery strategies, and what are disaster recovery processes. So I think 7.11 and 7.10 is not being covered in that presentation. That is the agenda for tomorrow and domain 8. So up till change management we have done today. So let me, and yes, all this 12, 13, 14, 15, we will be doing tomorrow from the main presentation. So up till 9, let me flash the slides from this presentation. We discussed a lot about UEBA in that presentation. Threat intelligence in threat modeling. Activities an organization undertake to educate itself about changes in the threat landscape. Often a feed containing malicious entities ingested by cybersecurity tools. A single feed may be comprised by many sources, including open source intelligence. Analyzing and improving cybersecurity posture is no longer a human scale problem. AI based tools for cybersecurity have emerged to help information security teams reduce breach risk and improve this security posture effectively and efficiently. Along with AI, ML has become critical technology information security in quickly analyzing millions of events and identities and identify many different types of threats. Histories of behavior build profiles on users, assets, and networks, allowing AI to detect and respond to from established norms, deviations from established norms. Known that Know that AI and ML factors in anti-malware, SIEM, IDS, IDPS, and identity as a service, and more. Need to know and principle. The difference between the two we have discussed in detail. Preventing fraud and collusion. We have job rotations and separation of duties. We have discussed that also in detail. Monitoring privileged operation. So anybody who is having special privileges, we must implement some controls so that they don't abuse it. For that, we have discussed about mandatory vacations. We have discussed about job rotations and stuff like that. Dual control, where any process is to be done by two people rather than splitting that process between two roles rather than keeping it one. Information cycle, creation, classification, storage, use, archiving, destruction. The moment you have created, immediate first step should be to classify it so that we know that what category of information it is. If it is kept if the classification is not done, then it may happen that something of very high category is getting unnecessary mishandled. Secure storage is another important aspect. The best practice is to keep it encrypted whilst it is at rest. When it is on transiting on the network, it should be encrypted. Archiving is maybe a requirement based on laws and regulation. How much and how long you want to retain. should be really thought after based on the business requirements and regulatory requirement. The key reason why an organization is retaining the data, the key reason is for the business requirements, but most of the time the duration it is to be retained is governed by the regulatory requirements. But when the question comes that why you want to retain data, obviously for the business requirements, because the data may be required for the business purposes or the operational purposes. However, the regulatory ones is to avoid any fines which may be imposed for not retaining a data, or any legal thing which any user may later on claim to the company. So whatever is the retention policy, it is depending on two things. One is the business requirements or the operational requirements, and the regulatory requirements. Whenever data is no longer needed, it should be securely destroyed in a fashion that it is unreadable using any other tool. It cannot be extracted using any of the tools. So we discussed a lot about service level agreements, and the keyword remains the performance expectations when we are undertaking a service level agreement. Whenever you are provisioning, it should be in the secure manner. Needless to say, the virtual assets cause a reasonable security threat, so easier to deploy, one click and everything is quickly set up. However, at the same time, the security vulnerabilities which is associated with with them should be taken care. So normally, as a behavior flaw, anything which is which is a kind of a hardware. Normally, the security teams are very much aligned in protecting them, patching them, updating them, upgrading them. But at the same time, these virtual machines left unnoticed, and they offer the same amount of threat, the same amount of vulnerability like any physical machine. So what are you storing in cloud? It should be very clear. It should depend on the value of that information that has been stored. Because it is a multi-tenanted environment, there is a shared responsibility model, and when you are going, that same hardware will be utilized by some other one person, and the intention of somebody else cannot be predetermined. So what is stored should be very clearly thought out. Who is responsible to maintain, and who is responsible for the security should be very clearly understood. This we have discussed multiple times. So we discussed about configuration and change management steps and procedures in detail. The key things is that if they are in if they are a very mature processes in an organization, they will definitely aid in preventing incidents and outages. And if they are not in a mature stages, they are in an ad hoc state, then they are definitely welcoming incidences and outages. And they are not only aiding in the security implementation, they are aiding in multiple requirements of IT as such. So there is no reason why these processes are not kept mature in the in any organization. There should definitely be the documentation should be happening. Approvals must be taken. Baseline must be decided to ensure that there is a well thought after start point on which the organization is standing. Change management should prevent unauthorized changes. Versioning is the least requirement when we are dealing with a software development environment. Approved, tested, and documented. The only departure is that whenever there is a criticality, then the changes can be authorized. However, the first available opportunity, uh, the approval should be taken in post facto scenario. Similarly to change management, the patch management definitely is a very important activity to update the existing infra and ensure that the systems are kept secure. Organization without patch management will experience outages from known issues that could have been prevented. So already known vulnerabilities, the patches are for the known vulnerabilities, and the two important facets that to test the patch before in the test environment before implementing it, and always have a standby rollback mechanism in place just in case the patches malfunction. These are the two very key things to be from the examination perspective. So patch management flow will be evaluate, test them in your test environment, then approve. As a patch management is also part of change management, so approval needs to be definitely taken. Then deploy in the production and verify that they are working the way they were expected to work in the production environment. The vulnerability scans, the VAs which are done, definitely tells you the missing patches, and mostly they are the automated scans, so they tell you that some patches are missing because the VAs are done based on some approved databases, so they will match your infrastructure based on the approved database. And if there is anything amiss, if there is any gap existing, then the VA scan will let you know that the gap is there and that needs to be patched. So vulnerability management includes routine vulnerability scans and periodic vulnerability assessments. There are automated scanners for doing that, and they will tell you the absence of patches or weak passwords and sorry, I lose you. I'm really sorry.
No, no problem. That's good.
Now I need the presentation rights. So just a second, I'll be giving them a call to give me the rights. Can you give me the sharing rights, please? So we were at the patch management steps: evaluate, test, approve the patches, deploy, and verify the patches are deployed. So vulnerability management includes routine scans and periodic assessments, and there are scanners which will figure out the weaknesses and absence of any patch. Assessments are not limited to just a technical scan. It is evaluating the people, process, technology for CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So when you are evaluating the people, you cannot technically scan people. So definitely you need to review. You need to at times interview the people, the key people like admins and people who are managing the technical stuff. Yes, the people processes again is a document review, because the processes are either in terms of policies. So whatever are the policies, relevant policies which are highlighting the key processes, those needs to be manually reviewed. And yes, the easiest part is to have a technical scan so as to get the gap analysis done. So vulnerability assessment is definitely will definitely have some interviews, some document analysis, as well as technical scans. And then we definitely discussed about DRMRRRL, the drum roll mnemonic for incident response steps, from detection, response, mitigation, reporting, recovery, remediation, and lessons learned. All of them have we have gone in a step-by-step fashion and understood. I think from here on we will be okay. No, these slides were so botnet, boat herder. Botnet is a group of compromised devices which are then controlled by a C2C server, command and control server, and all these compromised computers can then have a directed attack on a particular organization. Boat herder is a criminal who uses command and control server to remotely control these zombies. Honeypots and honey-nets were put in the system that are often a pseudo flaws and fake data to lure the intruders. Antivirus policies and education. So penetration testing can happen in the three flavors: black box, white box, and gray box. The black box you will have zero knowledge, white box you will have full knowledge, and gray box you will have partial knowledge. Based on the scope and requirements of PT, any of the flavors can be uh, selected. It is mimicking attack. Normally, a black box with zero knowledge and zero consent should not be done. It should have the least should be a gray box where key people are already aware in the organization, so they do not start acting as if the real attack is happening if it is discovered. So ideally, on do it on the isolated system wherever possible. We knew about we discussed a lot about IDS and IPS. Host-based IDS and network-based IDS. Difference between espionage and sabotage is espionage is from the external people and sabotage happens from an insider. Both is having the same effect on the organization. Zero days are the ones which are not known, so no vulnerability scan will detect a 0 day. So we discuss a lot about log files also and log management. Sampling is the process of extracting elements from a large body of data to construct a meaningful representation or summary of the whole. Ideal because may not have time and resources to collect data from the complete set of population or this thing. Sampling is just done to get a fair idea and get a fair amount of relatively fair idea about how the things are. The statistical sampling is use precise mathematical functions to extract meaningful information from a large volume of data. And clipping is a form of non-statistical sampling that records only events that exceeds the threshold. In one of the exams, these definitions were asked, so it has been put on slide. Not every time it comes up on the exam, but good to know. Accountability is maintained for individual subjects using auditing. Log records user activities and users can then be held accountable for their logged actions. Directly promotes good user behavior and compliance with the organization security policy. Patch management, vulnerability management, change management, configuration management are few of the key security management processes. What type of control is auditing? It is a detective control. You are investigating after, you will discover after the event has happened. While auditing, you will not be using, while preparing for an audit, you will be using due diligence. But whilst you are auditing, you are doing due care because all the things are when the event has already happened. So those are the important things associated with our audit. So there is a legality involved. If the audits are done time to time, then the senior management's responsibility. Effectiveness of access control should definitely be reviewed and audited regularly. E-discovery is when the organization expecting lawsuit have a, a duty to preserve digital evidence in a process called e-discovery. E-discovery includes information identification and governance, preservation and collection, processing, review, analysis, production, and implementation. Some question from e-discovery definition and understanding can be expected on exam. You spoke a lot about investigations and how they should be conducted. Chain of custody is the key word here. This was not covered in that presentation. Was alternatives to confiscating is voluntarily given subpoena and search warrant. But I don't think any exam has ever asked about these terms. These are some key terms which are associated to evidence. Again, some key terms which are related to evidence. A real evidence is a physical object. Documentary evidence would be a document, and testimonial will be made by a witness. Are most in most of the countries and nations, uh, The electronic evidences are of this category. Yes, they are based on the first, not based on the first-hand knowledge. So, in any case, it's a weak evidential value in court of law because it is neither real nor documentary nor testimonial. It is a hearsay. At what stage did I lose you, sir? Because I was in a flow and I continued when I was showing the slides. So, up till which slide have you seen? Are you there, sir?
Yes, I'm here, Manny. I think your internet is disturbing you today, but it's all right.
Yeah, yeah. Up till what slide do you remember? You were with me, or
I
or
think we have done all these things. I don't know if you were just showing it to me.
yeah, I was showing you the other presentation when I started flashing it, and I completed it in a flow, and then I realized once I went back to the this that you were not there only. One
Yeah.
second, I'll
Okay.
again
Okay.
restart that. Okay, yeah. So where are we? Where were we? Did we cover this?
Yes, you talked about it. Yeah, we passed here.
Yeah. Okay, we passed this. Then this also.
Yes.
Stop
Yeah, I
me.
think it's over here. Yeah.
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 Any? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
This one.
Yes.
Did we? Black box, white box, gray box. Did I cover?
Yes, we talked about it. Pen test, the types. Yeah, you talked about this. I think you just passed here, and you we passed here as well. Yes, we got here. Yes, okay. I think it was this one, the espionage. Yeah, we didn't
Yeah.
talk about.
So espionage and sabotage. The key difference is espionage is external and sabotage is insider, achieving the same effect. That is. some information is being stolen. But eventually, sabotage may have a higher impact because insider has much more knowledge of the how the system works from inside. 0 days are the ones for which nobody has any much of information how to mitigate it. So your VA scans will not tell about 0 days because they are based on the database, and there's where the problem with 0 days exists. So if the basic practices is correct, is made correct, the configuration management, patch management, change management, audits, if all of them are done in a optimized way, even if the 0 days are there, they will have the least effect, or they will be detected immediately. In the previous presentation, we had a lot of discussion on the logs and how log management needs to be done. Audit trails are required for reconstructing an event. An audit trail is a detective control. That is to be kept in mind that it's after the event has happened, the audit will discover it. But however, still it is a very good tool to audit, to evaluate the entire enterprise end to end. The beauty of having a good audit is that each and every process, each and every segment and section of the enterprise gets evaluated. How the data can be collected for audit, it could be either sampled or when we are doing the data collection, clipping is a form of non-statistical sampling that records only events after they exceed a threshold. And statistical sampling is purely based on a mathematical function. So when you have initiated logging, you have definitely implemented accountability because now non-repudiation cannot be there. Repudiation cannot be there. Security audits and review, patch management, vulnerability management, change management, configuration management. These are the some of the key managements associated to security, which ensures that an organization is kept, secure. Audit is a detective control. It will come in. It will discover something wrong has gone. The discovery will happen only after, at a later date. So whilst you are preparing for an audit, you may exercise due diligence. But once you are into audit, the maximum activities would be your due care activities because it is discovering things which have already happened after the decision has been taken. Since audit reports contain really sensitive information, if it is made available, the vulnerabilities mentioned in the audit report can be exploited by people unfairly. Hence, it should be endeavor should be to keep it as confidential as possible. So senior management is mostly interested in executive summary or high level summary, and the security admins should know the full details, not everybody. We spoke a lot about entitlement and access reviews in the previous presentation, how to audit access control, computer crime or violation of law. Are you with me, right? Yeah, okay. I'm online. Okay, computer crime is a violation of law or regulation that is directed against or directly involves a computer, and if you have to categorize a computer crime, we have these six categories. E-discovery, many times the on the exam, uh, question about e-discovery is there on the exam. Possession, you may have a possession of equipment, software, data to analyze it and use it as a evidence. And modification is you must acquire the evidence without modifying. So we discussed a lot about having a chain of custody and what is mentioned over here, and no modification should have happened when you confiscated it. How evidence can be taken? It could be by a search warrant or by voluntary surrendered or subpoena, where you compel and subject. The most correct way would be to have a search warrant where you don't give an opportunity to alter it. So certain important terms as far as the evidence is concerned should be relevant, complete, sufficient, and reliable. Uh, so when we talk of evidence in criminal and civil trial, it is generally having some categories, like a real evidence would be something which is a physical object which can be brought into a courtroom. A documentary or evidence is some document, paper or any a document, and testimonial is a testimonial is a verbal statement of by an individual. So in many other cases, our evidence don't fall in this category, and it is generally treated as a hearsay, which is not based on the first hand knowledge. Since it is not based on the first hand knowledge, uh, the uh, the degree of importance of that evidence in any case is very low. First, if law, and second is if the correct procedures are not followed, then on top of that, then that evidence which has been extracted from the digital artifacts is actually becomes null and void. So in many of the countries, in most of the countries, in fact, this is the problem with digital artifacts, that it does not fall in this category. It is not a real object, it is not a document, and it is not a testimony. And these are only the first-hand information which the court considers for fixing the responsibilities on an individual, or remains a hearsay. So it has to be relevant to be admissible, and so from here on we will be starting tomorrow. That is this section, and the entire domain 8 is for day 5. So up till here we have finished in the main presentation as well as this presentation. So today's thing is over, and we are left with some more time. So what should we do? Yeah, Kenneth, your call. What should we do now? Some questions? Are you there, or I have lost you again?
I'm here.
Yeah. So what should we do? So how was the session today? Did it
Pretty good. Pretty good.
did it add any value to your understanding of the domains?
Yes. Yes. I must confess. I like the way you break down um, those technical stuff, and you make it easy to understand it. Yeah.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
I'm enjoying it.
So we have one more day for the enjoyment,
Yes. Yes.
but our association is going to be longer. Whenever you have any issue, any topic which you want more clarity, feel free and reach out. I will cover again for you, not a problem. My
Okay.
aim is that you get CISSP certification, and whatever it takes, you must. Well, I will do whatever it takes that you should become a certified CISSP, right?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Working. I need it. My organization wants me to get it, and I want to get it because if I don't get it, that position is passing by me, and I don't want it passed by me.
No, 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 no. It will not pass by. Do you have any time frame associated with it, or do you have reasonable time to prepare?
They've given me up to probably they said maximum to the end of the year.
Yeah, so that is a reasonable time. 3 months
Yeah.
is much more for preparation,
Yeah.
and end of the year is a decent time. So
Yeah.
after the training, and you already have the recorded videos, the written material, you should be aiming at doing maximum questions possible.
Okay.
So tomorrow I'll be covering once we have done with the formal part. I will
Hmm.
be focusing on your preparation journey, as how you should be
Okay.
yeah, focusing on the certification.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so I want to honestly get it done and then move on.
No, it's not. It's not at all difficult if you go in a planned manner.
Mhm.
And after you have undergone the training, you generally have got exposed to each and every critical facet of the certification, right? So
Right,
now it will be the more and more you will be revising, the more the better concepts will become clearer and clearer, and you
right.
will realize that the correctness rate whenever you are attempting to do a mock exam,
Mhm.
the correctness rate is increasing for each domain, and the moment it is touching passing well 75 or 80, touching 85, 75, 80, that is the time you should straight away attempt the examination and clear it off.
Okay,
And don't delay it beyond, because it is never enough. And firstly, and second is, there is no trophy for getting 100%, which
right,
nobody
right.
can get in any case. Once you are certified, it's over. It's done and dusted, and
Yeah,
move on for something else. Like, so that is how it should be.
yeah. That is exactly what I'll be doing. Yeah, that is exactly because I just want it and then move on with something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
So
I think that is it for all for today, right?
yeah,
That is what that you plan for today. Yeah, that is good. So I mean, we have a few minutes. Let's make it tomorrow. Let's end here and then we prepare against tomorrow.
yeah, right.
All right. So thank you for your time once again for today. So I'll see you again tomorrow, same
See
time.
you again tomorrow. Thank you. Bye bye. Have a nice.
Bye.